Streamlabs update like undefaulted that option. I don't know if it did it
For YouTube especially, like it's awkward now. But I just now pre-create everything and then it's not a problem. But it was annoying for a little bit there.
But mine are not getting. Might not be getting you guys' audio as an output here, which is annoying.
Well, they can just see you talking to yourself. It's fine.
Bad. Does not sound fine to me.
Try to guess what the others are saying.
Let's see.
I'm not streaming right now because I got nothing interesting on my screen.
I'm not streaming right now because I'm doing data maintenance on our scores here.
Well, I am streaming right now.
I mean, to your point, Viable, like normally I would not have like mid tournament changed the scoring, but we had a three-way tie. And I was like, I think we need to adjust this. We may even need to like refine it further, but at least I think this one small change helps to differentiate a little bit better. And also it was confusing. A lot of people were like, what are the shard counts for high versus extreme? And I guess in the coding it doesn't even matter. It's just literally an indicator. It does not affect anything. It's purely based off of shards. And it's every 10 rounded up, right? Because like the halves don't matter.
Right. Yeah, 105 is equal to 110.
Well, I mean, the difference between extreme and high matters on some rings, but for divinity, it doesn't.
But I mean, extreme, like that's just an indicator. The actual shard count is what does everything.
Right,
So
right. But those indicators are have impactful. Those cutoffs are actually like
they're relevant.
They are relevant because they determine whether you get stealth or whatever.
But also, it determines how much. So if you go into like, for example, Arcus with 200, he will have an extra amount of stealth compared to 150, even though they're both extreme.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess. The shard count has a big impact, but those cutoffs also like kind of trigger. It's kind of like covenant levels. Like some of them give you like, oh, they do more damage, which like every level makes it harder. But there's the ones that have the hugest impact, which is like the capacity reduction and you forget Ember Drain on top floor, stuff like that.
Right.
That Ember Drain on top floor, it's I've had some runs where I was like, man, that's just straight up easier to deal with, but I've had some runs where that's been the killer.
For my playstyle, it's harder than Dazed.
Yeah, it's only certain trials where the Dazed hurts, like obviously Invasion. And
Seraphites as well. Yeah.
For me, it's more just a matter of like awkward asynchronicity, because the point of the change, as stated by the developers, was to try and even up the effect of the top floor covenant level change between the multiple like decks and clans and archetypes. But I feel like this one's actually a little more like impactful against certain things, or more importantly, it's really not impactful against certain things. You know, like an Imperialist Queen doesn't care.
Yeah, but I
make you not care. Soul Guard makes you not care.
I'd say that I mean, the days just shut down melting remnant strategies, a lot of them, and I think that was important. That just whole reforming something every turn that actually needs to attack was viable, and the days made it not. So I'm happy with the change. I thought it would be easier to deal with than it is, which is good.
Makes for a lot more misplays too.
I'm gonna do a video on Discord. It makes it a little bit easier for the stream part.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. That was a weird thing for me last time, just having the like pictures up there.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I need to go live as well.
I guess I could.
Let's see if it's gonna let me put my camera on here. It might. I think it's just gonna give me the little like spinning cubes of death.
I might
never load.
Bust
Yeah,
out
you
the
have
face
to.
rig.
So what you have to do is you have to turn it off on Streamlabs. So actually just like hide it and then restart it and then it will work.
All right, let's see. So camera hidden, tab there. To like close Streamlabs or to close Streamlabs to do it.
You have to close Streamlabs. You just have to hide the camera. So there's usually all you did and it still didn't work.
Yeah.
Gabriel, yours is also not working.
Really?
I can see him.
Yeah. Oh, I can't see him. Let me hold on. Now I can see you.
Might be better if you can.
I just
Yeah,
have
let's
to
close Streamlabs one more time.
There we go.
Here, one sec. I'll put something better on.
Let's see.
I
Why did
predict-
I that again? No good reason. Alright. So right now. Here we go.
I see you.
I've had this problem with a lot of things before. It also happens with screen captures on Discord quite a bit, where like if I have other things going, not even specifically a camera, but there's just various things, it just won't let me like actually share my screen. Well, now my camera doesn't work on Streamlabs.
It's
it
a bit
won't work on
choppy in
both. You have to
Discord.
pick. You have to make a choice.
I should be able to, if I just grab this window, then I'm actually fine, because then
That's what I
people
do.
can still see me. Yeah. But then I have to like leave it on that. That's fine. Get the, not that one. Here's my other background. There we go. Rid of that, and then I just put it on this tab. All right. Which means I will need to pull up chat on another screen. Oh man. What's the dog's name?
Maru.
Haru. It's very similar to a lot of like Magic the Gathering dog names, which are very highly like used things. There's specifically a dog, same type of dog. It's a legendary creature in Magic called Mowu.
Ooh. Nice.
But yeah, so a lot of people with Magic named pets and Magic named children. A common theme.
I unfortunately never really got to play much Magic. I feel like I got into card games once they were digital, and then I just never got into the actual physical ones.
For me, it was a lot tougher to get into digital card games because I played so much in paper before.
Right.
Like, I actually don't even play Magic now that it's exclusively digital for a little while.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
go back to it once paper tournaments start again. There's something about like the intimacy of like playing against another person, and also like the extra layer of trying to read people when you're face to face that
Right.
I really like. I like the bluffing aspect.
Yeah, that's pretty, and it makes for fun tournaments. I kind of wish that one video wasn't fake, the one where the guy like flips the table. I want to believe,
Yeah.
but I guess it's an act or whatever.
I've
Yeah.
seen people go nuts though. What's funny is a lot of the more annoying things that people do at tournaments are the less boisterous, because I find it more annoying when someone does something that annoys people or gets in their space. They don't think it's an annoying or like inappropriate thing to do. Like
Yeah.
it seems okay to them. There's this guy. He's an old school Magic pro, and he goes to tournaments with a giant brass coin. I'm talking like this big, about half the size of your head, and he flips that to determine who goes first. You can technically turn him down, like you can tell him he's not allowed to use the coin. But that's just also a weird thing to do. So everyone in the entire tournament hall just hears this like giant smack and looks over at your table every time you play him. It's loud.
I played Magic. We did in my elementary school, chess was like huge, like really, really big. And so we had I think 80 kids in chess club. And oftentimes for doing well in tournaments, you would get Magic cards. That's where I got my Magic starter, was
Nice.
from a chess thing. And anyway, I left my deck in my pocket, and it got washed,
Oh,
and all of my cards became a giant pulp pile with a nice picture on the front and a picture on the back, and then just pulp in between.
Something
And-
similar happened to me.
And I never did physical games ever since. I mean, I do board games, but not physical card games. That kind of put me off.
Heard a very similar story that's a lot more jarring. Whoa.
Gosh. We're going all what is it called? Is it what is the virtual V? Is it V streaming? I can't remember what it is. There's a word for it.
Oh, I don't know. I've never heard of it.
It's like the Hollow Live on Reddit. I know nothing about it, but I see it all the time.
Anyways, so this story, it was, I think it was like, it happened in New Jersey.
VTubers.
So someone really messed up at a local, it was either elementary or middle school, and got a bunch of molten concrete inside the water lines. Like they dug into something too hard and drilled into the water lines, and there was a bunch of concrete in it, and the fire alarms ended up going off that day, and it started spraying out concrete. There were people with like old Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh cards who got them like splattered with concrete from the freaking sprinklers. That's an interesting way to lose all your stuff. Actually, as a person who works in like, you know, digging holes, pouring concrete, or like working in construction on buildings, that's a pretty easy thing to do. Like, the story can sound pretty ridiculous, and to me it also sounds pretty ridiculous because I didn't have like a first-hand account, but I can easily imagine someone getting concrete into a water line. It just happens. All right, so we've got a few topics this time, which is nice. We'll have more than like 10 minutes of conversation before going off and doing various things. I don't know which of these ones we should start on, because we could, like, I guess all of them for the sake of VODs are fine. Don't necessarily have to go in any order if there's one that people would prefer to start on. Otherwise, we just go top to bottom.
I'm just here for the ride. I haven't done any homework.
I did a little bit of prep. I got some general notes.
Just pull them up. I have to pull them up separately, or else it messes up my thing.
I've discussed these topics a few times on stream, or at least a couple of them. So I have like some general ideas or things I don't mind rehashing. Just go. Let's just go top to bottom. So the first one we had was, how would each of us recommend that Covenant or players approach their Covenant climb since the release of Last Divinity, and how does this change if the player in question is stuck in a hump somewhere in the climb? So there's a lot of people who will be stuck trying to get consistent Covenant 25 wins, and we can still talk about that. But I think there's a large portion of the player base, especially a lot of people I interact with in chat, that are really stuck somewhere around the Covenant like 12 to 15 range, or they're stuck on a couple of those bigger humps, which are Covenants 10 and 20. And so a question that I see very often is like, how would you recommend approaching clan selection specifically?
Yeah,
So some people wonder.
There's two schools of thought, and kind of my opinion is it really depends on what your goals are. Is your goal to just get to Covenant 25 and you beat the game? If that's the case, I would say find a clan combination that you do well in, and there are some strong ones, and you master what cards to look for in that clan selection. And in the process, when you do other clan combinations in the future, you'll still know what those key cards are. The other school of thought is, if your goal is to play this game long term and just get good at the game in general, I think random is the best way to do that. There's so many cards and options I would have never learned to use well if I didn't force myself to use random.
I think it's interesting because how do I say this? You can't lose Covenant level, right? There's no real risk. If you lose, you lost time, I guess. So I guess to Narninian's point, right? If these two school of thoughts exist, it's not like you're playing a competitive multiplayer game where trying out new ideas and failing, you're not hurting anybody else's game. You're not, other than maybe spending time, you're not going to get lower covenant level. So for me, I think this game is about experimenting. That's where the fun is. Like, you could copy my builds. You could go to my build guides and just copy them, but I wouldn't recommend playing that way. I think what makes Monster Train really fun is to explore. And so I'm much more in the camp of, I think, random, especially during the climb, makes a lot of sense. If you're trying to like fill out the rest of your clan combos, once you've got the 25, it's a completely different story. But I think the climb is, I think it's the most fun when you're not necessarily so concerned about trying to win as you are about trying to build like insane stuff. And
I have a slight counterpoint to those, and this isn't just me playing devil's advocate. I think there's one factor here that is really easy to overlook.
I'm with you, Vision of Fire.
And it's really subtle because it's not something that
think
directly impacts you.
One
It's
specific clan
those
is
moments when
how,
you
it's how I
encounter
did it.
a clan combo that you're not too familiar with and a covenant level that changes gameplay in a somewhat fundamental way simultaneously. And I think in those moments, what will often happen to players is they're pulled in two different directions and they're trying to learn lessons about these two new things that they're encountering. And what ends up happening is maybe they attribute some of the things that didn't work to the wrong new thing that they're encountering. And then they end up learning two bad lessons as opposed to two good lessons.
Yeah.
So my proposal
Yeah, I
is
think it
generally,
depends on the
if you're
player.
looking to play the game long term,
For me,
I wouldn't go
it's too
random,
much
and I wouldn't
to
stick
go
to one
random,
plan, but I would do it a little more deliberately. Play in a grid pattern.
But I
until
think
you
a lot
start
of
to hit
people,
humps, and then
they can just
start
handle the
working
variety.
On,
For me,
learning how to play those
I
specific
want to like
humps
dig
with
in
a
on
specific
one.
deck, or a deck that you have an idea of how to play. And if you find that you're really stuck on a hump, you also might want to diversify for a little while in that, keep going along a grid, and find what
Right.
strategies interact with that new covenant level in profitable ways so you can determine what strategies are having trouble against it. There's certain covenant levels that interact with certain clan combos in very particular ways. So I would say climb in a grid pattern, and then every time you're approaching really significant covenant levels or you just get bodied by a new covenant level, go back to something a little more trusty for a little bit and see how you interact with it. And then, keep going back to a grid. It's kind of a combination of grid and then more familiar things, grid, more familiar things. There's also another merit to climbing pretty fast, even with clans that you're pretty comfortable with, because are you generally learning really profitable lessons about certain clans if you're not playing at Covenant 25, if your intent is to play at Covenant 25 a lot. That's a thing I've seen a lot of people concerned with, like maybe a lot of the plays that or a lot of the runs that you've played with Awoken were at the earlier Covenant levels, and then you didn't play them later on. They didn't show up in the random a lot, or certain combos with them that have issues with certain things didn't show up in random a lot. And then you get to Covenant 25 and you kind of just start flailing around, not because you're inexperienced with it, but because you have that tiny amount of experience with it at a lower Covenant level, but not enough at a higher Covenant level. And you don't realize what things became, higher value.
Yeah, like Demon Fiend no longer will solo the boss for you, right? Like stuff like that.
I think it's if I'm remembering back to when I climbed, I remember that because the game tells you what's the highest covenant level you've ever beaten with this particular combo. It shows up in that bottom right corner when you're selecting clans. And I think if I remember right, I did exactly something what you mentioned, Viable. I looked and I would go through the clan combos and I would say, okay, which clan combo is currently the lowest covenant level that I've done? And that's the one I would play next. So it wasn't random.
That's exactly what I did. Yeah. And one thing I've seen Gabriel do, and he's here, but is when he's failed. This is at Covenant 25. When he fails a run, he'll run it a bunch of times in a row, or at least he used to do that. And that seems smart, just to understand how you lose with that clan combination. But that's, I don't think, good for the Covenant climb necessarily.
Yeah, I think it's more good just for figuring out your own reasons why you might have lost a particular run. Though I think once, like Narninian and Nate, once you guys started offering to play seeds, I actually got more value out of that, just because I knew you guys wouldn't have any previous knowledge. Whereas for me, it's like I can try to ignore my previous knowledge, but it's always kind of there. I got, unfortunately, a pretty good long-term memory, so I just try, I'll know that I'm going to get X upgrade if I go one route. So it's better, I think, for me just to see one of you guys do it and just see how you beat it.
There's this weird thing too that, and I struggle with this as a content creator. That again, one of my favorite things about Monster Train is self-discovery, and I'm constantly at war with myself, especially with some of my guides, which are like very clear, like take this, combine these, do this, and I wonder if it's a disservice to the community to have so much clear-cut content rather than this is what I've been doing with a lot of my recent guides. A lot more recent stuff is just more general principles. These are general principles you can apply no matter what covenant combo you do, and they're generally going to help you be successful.
Yeah.
It's more knowledge based because, again, like there's a huge. There's a post up yesterday. I actually commented on a post that came up yesterday, which was the Last Divinity inhibits builds and is very restrictive, and you have to play in certain ways. And
I'm not sure about
I, I responded and said, I disagree. I think if anything, it's forced you to reconsider what have been staple builds for a long time, which, don't work anymore. There are some staple pre DLC builds that don't work, and you have to pivot. And I think it's more, and this is why, maybe your recommendation is right. I think there's a good mix of like random, especially early on. Like early on, you're only going to have Awoken Hellhorn anyway, and then you're going to start unlocking clans, like go random for a while. But I would say once you've unlocked all the clans, I think that grid pattern does make a lot of sense. Look for where you're the weakest and build up. If that's your goal, if your goal is to become generally strong at the game, that's the best way to do it.
There's another decision to make, I think, that didn't exist when we were Covenant climbing, which is, do you go for Last Divinity while you're Covenant climbing? Because that's a whole nother difficulty spike.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this, Narnian, and it also it does the same thing that I mentioned before when you're playing clans you're not familiar with. If you're also, while you're trying to climb up and you're trying to deal with these fluctuations in difficulty, and you're engaging with rapid fluctuations in difficulty based on the number of shards that you take in a run, I think you can also end up learning 2 bad lessons as opposed to 2 good lessons, or as opposed to 1 good lesson.
On that point, Wormkin and Divinity at the same time for me was a real thing that I just avoided Wormkin for. That's why I avoided Wormkin, as I wanted to understand Divinity before, like, I associated, this card is bad because Wormkin card is bad because I was struggling with Divinity on that run or whatever. So I do recommend trying to identify and separate.
When I did my guides, when I gave clear suggestions on which cards to look for, that had the most positive feedback, I think, especially for
it's also something that's quite good about the design of the game in general. And again, it comes back to goals. Like, it depends on what your goal is. But if your goal is to quote master the game, mastering the game means you have to win with every single card, you have to win with every single clan combo, and you have to do it every time beating Divinity. And so if that's your end goal is to master the game, the only way you're going to do that is having a breadth of knowledge that can apply in all kinds of situations. And I think you only get that by diversifying the way that you play. And the question is, at what point do you do that? Because there's something to be said about, like, just saying, hey, I'm going to take a combo that I can do reliably, get it to 25, and then diversify and figure out everything else that comes at 25. Because there's exactly right. Like, you could have that moment where you're like, okay, I played Stygian at Covenant 15. It was fine. It worked really well. I went and played other stuff for the next, 10 Covenants. And then I came back to Stygian, and now it's a completely different world because Incant isn't quite as strong as it is at 25 as it was at 15. And so I don't know. I think there's some of that, but I don't know. I'm still a big proponent of general principles trump. Specific, just abusable setups.
I mean, the thing about we've all released guides on specific kind of combo like decks, and the thing is, if you just take those guides and just beeline towards those, and you don't get one of the pieces, and that's all you're not gonna win, and it's gonna be frustrating because you're like, oh, this game's RNG is awful because I had a way to win, but I didn't get the one piece I needed. And yes, those are strong, but you have to be able to be flexible and do something else if you don't get it.
To that point, I actually had someone in my chat, Rippinator's hanging out right now, and he mentioned that he generally watches the guides for card evaluations rather than the actual deck builds. And I think there's a lot of merit in that. I think what's coming out when you're looking at card evaluations that are given in a more general way, right? Or even you're given the specific information of how they relate to that clan, is you're given some of the fundamentals of the game that allow you to evaluate cards in specific scenarios yourself. And I think that's one thing that guides tend to miss are how do you learn the fundamentals? And that's one thing that you pick up a lot of by facing loss, I think, while you're climbing Covenant, you know? Maybe your sweet Awoken build that
Ironclad actually was so hard for me to learn. That was my last class in Slay the Spire. I could actually win with. They became pretty strong for me, but I don't know why it was really hard for me to master Ironclad.
You don't have ways to sweep backliners, and you start getting bodied. I think that's actually a good place to learn a lesson.
I always would like rely on demon form. It took me a while to realize that demon form was like actually the least preferable strength gain option.
But there were definitely runs where I felt like, oh man, this thing
outside
I thought
of
was really good is now not good, and I'm not sure it's ever going to be good again because it just doesn't work anymore.
Wait, you don't think you lost a run while climbing Covenant? That's impressive.
I lost a lot.
Yeah, I don't think I lost any. Maybe one. I know I had at the time I had like win streaks going up through those. I guess I could actually like check because I never replayed Covenants like 10 through 10 through 15 or 15 through 20. So I can actually see what those are. But I definitely had runs where it was like I start getting bodied, and I felt like those were the ones where I learned a lot of lessons while climbing Covenant.
I think, and this is something that Amphi said in chat on my chat is. He said he's going to do a review and then found out that most cards are good, and so it wasn't a very good review. And I think so. One of the things, and I got asked this, is do you always take your first? Do you always take a unit from your first banner? The answer is yeah, I do. I made it. It's almost a hard rule for me now, because I've been bodied so many times on Ring 2 fights where I don't have a banner unit. But in general, the concept of like, if you really want to have a wide knowledge of the game, you have to try every unit. And the best way to do that is to just decide you're going to take a unit every time. And especially now when you have essences, when you have all this kind of stuff, like there's no reason to beeline for a specific strategy rather than just try to make your run work.
I actually played Silent the most.
It's the whole thing behind this Never Give Up series.
I think because they were quote unquote the worst.
This idea that everyone.
But I ended up liking the Silence playstyle. It's just frustrating when you don't
almost
get
100% convinced. I don't know that every run is
the good cards because there's so many bad cards for Silent.
Winnable,
I think that's like
but every run
the problem with Silent.
And I think
they fixed it a bit in the latest patch, but I still think Silent is still kind of behind the other classes. But I could be wrong on that. I only play it kind of casually.
There is not a card game that has tactical combat like Monster Train does. Every other game's tactical combat is typically very head-to-head oriented. And there's nothing, I would say, how do I say this?
I guess Defect didn't get as much buffs in the latest patch, so you're probably right.
In motion from turn 1 that affects things in turn 10. And there are games that do that, but not to the level that Monster Train does, where you lose control. Like you lose control.
Like Slay the Spire, like you have 6 cards and you have 1 enemy to attack. There's only so many ways that can play out, right?
5.
So. Yeah. So, because of the nature of having so many creatures and the way scaling works, there are lots of ways a single battle can play out.
And you don't get to make individual choices of what your units do. They do what they do. It's not Magic where I can choose not to tap my units. It's not Hearthstone where I can choose to slam them or not. It is they do what they do. You set them in motion and pray. And I think that there's something about that that's also I like this idea of like you have to tactically plan around this lack of control.
I used to
have an area where you have
to
control,
basically
and then the game does what it does. And
maining
I think
Slay the
that
Spire.
this setup creates a very unique dynamic
I
where
can't remember. I guess I just found
replaying
Monster
runs
Train
over and
less
over again,
frustrating.
even the same battles over and over again,
Slay the
you
Spire.
could have such different results.
Obviously, I had a
because
lot
of
of
minor deviations in play to a level I've never
like,
seen in another game.
improvement I could have done.
And again, it's because
there's
of
like
this lack of control.
people
The
that
game's
have
gonna do what it's
50%
gonna
win
do,
rates or whatnot,
and
but
if I play my guy on top floor versus middle floor versus bottom floor, it's a completely different story and how the
Oh, yeah.
combat plays
I mean,
out.
Monster Train,
And so
you
this
can
is where, for me, like, how
you can
do I
basically
how do I
have
educate
builds where you
myself
just put your
on
units down
general
and let it
principles
just hit end
that are
turn,
going to be
and then you'll win, right?
universally applicable across most of the other runs that I do in the future. And to do that, I think you can't stick with a single clan. I think you need to have wider knowledge. But that's not everybody's goal. Some people's goal is just to like tick the box. I did Covenant 25.
I agree.
And then they love the
Vision
Covenant
of
1 meta.
Fire.
There's a lot of people, a
I
lot
mean,
of
you can
feedback
even
that
see how
I've gotten to
powerful
people that
something
are
like Frozen Eye
completely
is
happy
and Slay the
Covenant 1
Spire.
meta, don't need to grind, or maybe they grind once.
You know,
but
the
then
decks are
they're gonna stay
typically
Covenant 1,
larger.
or daily challenge focused. I don't know. There's a lot of
And
different types
I
of
think
players. But,
digging is more important in Slay the Spire.
yeah, I don't know. I think that would be my recommendation at least. Is try to play broadly and try to get as many of the like basics understood as possible.
Yeah, and I think the best way to do that is, spread yourself out, but don't go pure random. Like that can lead you to scenarios where you climb Covenant levels with really strong combos, or you get into big ruts where you don't realize that it's an issue with the way you're playing against that Covenant level. It's an issue with, maybe the combination of planes you got and how those interact with the Covenant level. That can teach you new skills,
also,
but I don't think it's going to teach you new skills
Act
as much
2,
as
I find
just playing in a
especially
grid,
frustrating in Slay the
Spread
Spire.
yourself out, but do it in a very
The
deliberate
difficulty,
fashion. I think it's gonna be the
like
best
you can
way
look
to,
at
learn
every
a lot
single
of lessons as
player
you're climbing.
in Act
Also,
2,
force yourself
just the
into
death rate
scenarios
is
that
so
you're
much higher than the
uncomfortable
other
with.
acts.
I ran into a problem
Because
where
just the
I'm
ridiculousness
very
of
averse to burnout builds.
I used to
love
think the
melting
elites, but
remnant,
honestly,
I
just
hate
the normal
burnout builds.
hallways, like Avocado and
and
Rat
I
is
would
such
just
a
avoid
busted
them every single time I
fight.
saw
Like,
them while I was climbing Covenant.
yeah, it's just so
and even
tough.
for months and months after I reached Covenant 25. And one day I realized I was losing so much value not knowing how to do them, because some runs I was just encountering nothing but a bunch of burnout units. It was just Paraffin Thugs and Lady of the Reformed everywhere. And I knew I was losing a lot of value because I wasn't taking banner units I often see other people taking, and I saw successful builds that I just didn't know how to make. I think embracing the archetypes within clans that you haven't interacted with yet is going to help you a lot
exactly.
as well. Try not to avoid anything.
Especially with the
Conversely,
DLC.
there are
DLC almost
a
invalidated
handful
that whole
of
list.
builds. If you're just trying to get to Covenant 25 and you
Like,
hit
I don't
you hit
actually like
a,
Ice
like a really
Tornado
just
anymore.
bad,
It's pretty
you're
mediocre
feeling
to
bad,
me
you're
in the
losing a
DLC.
lot. There are a handful of just like
Whereas I loved
straight
it
up
before.
brain dead builds you can do, and I mean,
Yep, definitely.
you can look at some recommendations. I mean,
you can look at Dark Calling as an example of
I
that.
have
For the
posted
longest
some
time, I
that
didn't like it.
anyone
Now it's
can
by
win
far my
because
favorite
they're
vector.
so reliable
Mostly
and
thanks to your
consistent and don't
advice,
rely
but
on
even like
drafts.
something like Icarus took me
and
so long to
it
get
can be
Icarus.
helpful to just get a win. Like
I
if
used
you're
to just
stuck
think
at like
Icarus was
Covenant
abysmal, but
15 and you're just
now I'm
burned out
pretty down with
because you
Icarus.
played 5 or 6 games in a row, and every single time you're dying on Arcus, you're dying on Ring 5. Just do a brain dead build, punch through it, get a win.
I kind of
and
did
then
that
rebound.
when I hit Covenant 25 the first time. I just want to win a couple times and then I'll explore. So I had I didn't re-roll for it, but I got an Inferno build and a Void Binding Trample set up pretty early on to get a couple early Covenant 25.
I've also, and I think the overwhelming feedback is that the Covenant or the Shard 20 to 40 meta is significantly easier than pre-DLC Covenant 25. I haven't done that myself, to be honest. I strictly go for Last Divinity, but I think that there's a nice sweet spot if a lot of players are struggling. This again, 20 to 40 Shard. That means you're typically upgrading one. You're fusing one unit, maybe taking or maybe duping that unit or getting one spell-based upgrade that's really powerful. That seems to be like the spot where like the benefit and then the cost is so low that you barely notice it, but you can get really powerful builds running. So that might also be something to recommend if you're really struggling. Hit that like 20 to 40 shard mark, and maybe it'll ease up a little bit. Not going for full Last Divinity, but getting some help against Seraph.
So it seems like generally me and Nate are on the kind of play with the grid type.
I mean, that's what I did when I
interested.
climbed Covenant 25. So I I can attest that worked pretty well for me learning the game.
And I guess actually an easier way to distill it for people to understand, go to the logbook and try to fill out the logbook, I would say is actually a good way to go through the process. I think you'll learn more by trying to fill out the logbook and incidentally climbing Covenant as you do it than you will by just trying to focus on climbing Covenant.
And that includes the champion paths. Like you should really, even if you don't want to use all the champion paths, should have knowledge of what the upgrades are. So just play through them once.
Gabriel, any dissenting opinion?
I don't dissent with any of the opinions. I just think it really comes down to the temperament of the player. Like for me, I just don't pick things up very fast typically with games like this. So like for me, just hammering a single combo worked better for me to learn the game. To master it, I had to switch to random, but it was a long time for me before I could really play random in the base game. In the DLC, it's been fine just because I had all that game knowledge from before, but like I couldn't imagine myself, for instance, learning Melting Remnant in the base game on random just the way I learned. Like I really have to, especially with like old patch, like Melting Remnant kind of had some weaknesses. Wicklash
was really bad.
Yeah, Harvest was horrible. Other than like with Umbra it was okay because your morsels like actually counted for Harvest, but then you also had the overcharged tank problem. But like my first real combo, I was able to consistently beat Covenant 25 in the base was Melting Remnant and Awoken.
Really?
Yeah, and it took me forever to learn.
What combo I was able to consistently beat Covenant 25 with?
Oh, I know it's gotta be Awoken primary.
yeah.
Hellhorn maybe?
The combo. It was literally any secondary.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, okay, Umbra, not Umbra, but.
So to Gabriel's point, I think that like if we're going to discuss specific scenario, because the question was, not just how would you recommend people climb in general, but how would you recommend people who are not stuck on humps climb, and how would you recommend people who are stuck on humps climb? And this is a point I've made in my chat a lot. I think it's actually better to go grid when you're not stuck, but use something a little more trusty, something you're a little more familiar with when you're stuck on a hump. That way you aren't being pulled in two different directions. You can learn the lessons of that specific Covenant level with something that you're comfortable with, and then you can go back to learning lessons about the clans after that, once you've figured out how to actually beat that specific Covenant level. So I would say go in a grid, fill out the logbook. Once you get really, really stuck on a specific Covenant level, play the things you're comfortable with, and then as soon as you beat it, go immediately back to the grid.
And for me, those weren't opposing goals, right? Like if I got stuck, I'd go do an Awoken combo I hadn't done yet, or whatever, or that I've completed with a low level. So yeah, they don't necessarily have to be different strategies, but that's
yeah. You can definitely hybridize by filling out some of your secondary combos. That's a very reasonable way to approach that.
I think the last thing too, and this was something that I got commented a lot when I first started on the DLC. It was both during beta and during thing, and I wouldn't recommend people do this. So I mean, I started immediately Covenant 25. I did not touch lower Covenants at all when DLC dropped and when it was in beta. And I wouldn't do that. If it were me, if I wasn't a player with as much time in the game as I had, I would recommend you start at Covenant 1 with Wormkin, for example, if it's your first time. Like, just get exposure on how the clan works and then bump it up. Don't do what I did. Like, I felt confident because I had, at the time, 1,200 hours in the game. Like, I figured I could jump in at Covenant 25
and I have
and be okay.
Thousands of hours, and I still didn't grasp Wormkin right away, and that was mainly because I avoided it until
so this one I'm actually gonna dissent from. I actually found it a little not like problematic, but I found it a little counterproductive to see players who were engaging with the DLC on Covenant 1. I think that there's two approaches. One, you could learn the lessons of how do all of these cards work with these new mechanics. You can get a nice wide array of knowledge. But it might be more valuable to learn less, but learn things that are a little more important, which is which of these new cards and new mechanics actually work in the version of the game that you're going to be playing. And I think seeing which essences are absolute garbage on Covenant 25 is a little more valuable than learning all the essences on Covenant 1 and then determining which ones are garbage later. And get less experience with those less than optimal ones, which is going to cost you in scenarios where you don't get a lot of cards you want. Like if you don't see the cards you actually like, then you're not going to be as prepared to play those cards that you realized weren't as strong. But I think you're going to gain.
I didn't
little more in
realize
terms
on
of
Divinity
your
that
ability
the
to like
waves
actually
were
learn
smaller.
to beat Divinity for those first couple times and
That'd be
actually start winning
interesting.
those runs. And then it's a matter of I know which cards are generally good.
Probably
and are
less
generally gonna
overwhelming for
work.
newer
When I
players, so
see some portion
it's a
of those,
lot to
but
deal
not
with. Like
exclusively cards like that. I
all
then
those
take a few
overcharged
of the cards
tanks and
that I
whatnot.
think don't line up as well, and you mix those into some runs where you're doing pretty well and see how they work.
Yeah, I'd be
And that's gonna
wary
be
of
a tough one.
statements. I'd be wary of statements like this essence is garbage though, because obviously, like take I don't know, charged you get damage per charged echoes, and let's say you only get to 4 or 5 charged echoes every turn. That might seem not as powerful in essence, but then you get a build that generates 20 of them, and it's way better. So I mean, I think that you shouldn't make quick statements about.
I guess
what
a more
garbage.
clear statement is how essences. It's better to learn which essences are significantly worse than others on the Covenant level that you're playing at, rather than risk that more, I don't know, condensed power level of you're generally gonna destroy Divinity on Covenant 1 or Seraph on Covenant 1. And I think what that does is it makes the cards feel a little bit closer when you're not having to stretch and strain to make a solid deck. So it's which essences have a bigger delta between Covenant 25 and Covenant 1, or which essences have a bigger delta between each other on Covenant 25, I think is a more important lesson to learn, just to get yourself kind of going on Divinity. I think that's a better way to approach it. That's going to be a tough one to discern, what's actually scientifically or philosophically the best method. But yeah, I think I would stick to the camp of Covenant 25 now when you're engaging with a small amount of new things. Unless we have any other points, we can. All right, sweet. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the last point because I think this is a more interesting one to follow this up. So it was how do we recognize when we're going to have a high shard run and when we are on a run where we really want to hit like exactly 100 or 105 shards. So I think this is a really tricky question. It's something I
got some
struggle
good
with
ones
because
for this one.
my approach when Last Divinity released was pretty much always to try and hit exactly 100. I even put in my guide to the Last Divinity, like, you should just generally try to hit exactly 100. But I see these runs where people just really pop off. Like, once you've passed extreme threat level, you might as well start taking every single shard you can get your hands on. Obviously, you have the scaling on Last Divinity, but that's not nearly as significant as the jump in threat level. So I think there are really kind of these two key paths.
Yeah, I
in the
agree.
meta
Vision of
right
Fire.
now,
I actually was thinking
using
of
Divinity.
doing
One is
a
go
guide like
bare
that,
minimum, and then one is just go full ham on
just
it.
on infusions.
See,
like
I'm
my
busted.
recommended
My opinion
infusions,
is maybe a little different
both from a
than those
floor and a
two
ceiling
strains, which is
perspective.
take the shards that are going to give you a big boost to your deck.
Might
right?
be a week
So,
though. I'm going to be gone for a week, unfortunately.
Like, there's no reason to go from medium to extreme because you're going all in if all you're doing is grabbing
Curious loves those shards.
a minor boost to your deck.
Unless you're going for tournament score.
Unless
Yeah,
you're going for
it's-
tournament score.
But no,
which
you're
is why I'm
you're
not
right.
going to do well.
So I did a my journey. My journey has been, I was very much in the 100 to 120 shard meta, and then I took the advice of Carius and jumped into the 250 to 300 shard meta, and then I've now settled in more of a nuanced camp where I think Nathaniel is exactly right. I think it's all about what power are you getting out of the shards, and if it's not something that's going to dramatically change the performance of your deck, it's not worth it. And dramatically for me means either completely eliminating or mitigating a weakness, or filling a success criteria of the build. So oftentimes, like, things for me that I would say are like examples. If you have a deck that relies on getting your 2 priority units on the same floor as your champion by ring 2, intrinsic on Space Prism, dramatically influences the consistency of your deck. If you have a deck that, I don't know, you need to get damage onto your Eel Gorgon by ring 5 or by I don't know, by turn 3, you're going to play top floor, you need raw damage on your Eel Gorgon. Getting spell chain or getting an intrinsic or getting a holdover will dramatically impact the quality of your build. Certain damage spells, if you need your AoE as early as possible, like that's the logic for me. Or alternatively, if your build is going to rely on playing stealth every single turn, but you also have Ember Drain, then getting a -2 on your stealth is going to dramatically impact the quality of your build. So I think it entirely depends on, if it's going to be slightly advantageous, I would almost not do it. If it's going to dramatically impact, I would do it. For me, this is why I often don't take boons with coins. I take them in a very specific case, which is I know what I will buy with it immediately.
Yeah. Like multi-strike, you re-roll the shot for multi-strike and you take the boons if it's there.
After.
Right?
You take it after.
Yeah.
Right.
And artifacts as well. Like, I still tend to take almost every artifact, but there have been moments where it's like, is an artifact at this point going to make a difference in my build? Is there an artifact that I need? Or even several artifacts that I need? If not, then I don't even bother. And I think this type of evaluation, certainly in solo play, is important, but even more so getting into competitive play, I think this will differentiate the people that succeed and fail. When there's a no restart or a massive restart penalty going into tournaments, it's going to make a big difference. And I think in general, players should approach it like this. What is this doing? What is this doing?
Yeah, it's not even divinity. Like, yeah, like maybe going from medium to high in divinity is no big deal, but if you're high on ring 3 or 4, like, that can destroy you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of my criteria. It's like early on is, to me, the most impactful with shards. Like if you get a lot of shards early, it's going to be a really hard fight. Like against Talos especially, you're looking at almost 20 damage, bunch of lifesteal. If you don't have the survivability for that, even if it's like a good infusion, you might want to hold off till later. I do, and you guys have already touched on it, but I do think that later, mid to late game, the shards almost don't matter at that point. You can go ham. I guess the other criteria that I jotted down was sometimes there are situations where I want to set up top, like my build just won't work mid or bottom, and I'm gonna have to keep my shards to a certain level in order for my wave to survive the sweeping attack. Like if I get 2 units infused with a steelworker, for example, I know I can survive 10 damage, so I gotta keep it 110 or below on the shards. I've had runs like that.
In most of my builds, and want to set up on the top floor, that's why I usually do around, a 120 max. But
right,
if I get crazy stuff, then I'm willing to set up lower, or I have a plan for dealing with the sweep.
So I think there's a lot of really interesting specific points like that, Gabriel, where like we discuss crossing specific thresholds, threat levels as you're climbing, but also damage numbers on Divinity. And those are a lot of things that are going to help people tackle shards specifically. I'm going to go with something, an answer here that I think is a little less useful to answering this specific question, but a little more broadly useful, which is there's a fundamental lesson to learn in professional card games, which is as you realize that you're not that well set up to win, it is better to actually increase variance than to reduce it. And when you feel like you're in a good position when it's better to reduce variance. Essentially what this does is there tend to be certain thresholds that you can cross that actually allow you to win the game. And in a game where either winning or not winning is the only thing that matters, in this case it's winning a run or not winning the run that really matters. What will often happen is as you embrace invariance, the delta between your best and worst case scenarios broadens. Now, often this is really, really bad because what will happen is there are also thresholds to lose when you're in a good position, and you might be shifting the amount of area on your curve that is below that point. If you're in a solid position and you're embracing a lot of variance, that's why we tend to, approach things from a standpoint of, establish consistency, avoid variance. But if you're in a scenario in a card game, like let's say you're playing a game of Magic the Gathering and you know it's going really bad and you only have a couple of outs, the way you win is getting those couple of outs regardless of how
I've skipped
small
it a
the
few
odds are.
times, Vision.
So it's best to
on the
increase
start. Like
the
if I have a
delta
really
between your
weak
best
start,
and worst case scenarios and
I
throw
agree.
resources away to get
It's
those
correct
draws.
to skip it.
Similarly, in a
sometimes.
Monster Train run, there's this kind of feel
like a
to the game.
Echo
of,
Right with no.
you can have a feel for, are
consume
you
and no
ahead or
martial
behind the
art?
power curve of the enemies of the game right now? Or are you actually on track to get to a point where you can beat Divinity and Seraph, the whatever modes of them you're facing? If the answer is no to either of those questions, then I would say you want to generally embrace variance, which often means taking shards, or looking for stronger concealed caverns and stuff like that.
For me, that's taking trials that I know I'm going to take fire damage from to get an artifact. Right, that would be my approach. I don't know if shards are the right way to do it though.
So I think often it tends to work out that way. Sorry, Nate, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're just fine. I think Monster Train is a little bit unique compared to a lot of other games because so much of the variance is known at the very beginning. There's some things you don't know, and what you don't know what trials you will get. You don't know ring 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7.
Oh, yeah.
Which boss
18
you will get.
damage
It's not
early.
shown at the beginning.
With like
But you can have a pretty good idea of it.
whatever
It's
they
not like
have.
there's a lot of options. There's 2 different bosses per ring, so you're gonna get one of the 2. And so the variance is not so wide. I think the issue is more lack of planning ahead that puts people in trouble because so much of it is known. We know, to your point, Gabriel said earlier, you know how much damage Divinity is going to do. It's not an unknown. It's not a random between 1 and 15. It's exactly what it's going to be. And where the variance is your deck. That's where the biggest variance lies, is your draws.
When you draw your cards. Yeah.
And so for me, this is a counter to like a typical competitive card game where your opponent and you both have RNG. It's just you. You know what will spawn within 1 or 2 options. That's basically it. Every floor of Divinity has one standard spawn, and then there's a couple of variants and some of the turns. And so you can know that, and if you know that, you can plan around it. And then it's a trade-off of, for example, can I sustain an extra 1 damage per turn from Divinity in order to reduce the variance in my deck? And that means taking a boon so I can remove another card, taking a boon so that I can get another artifact, taking a boon so that I can merge, or doing a last fuse, duplicating a unit. Like, all of this comes down to, can I reduce the one source of variance in my game, which is my own draw, my own play? Can I reduce that variance enough to increase the difficulty in general? And it's a known difficulty. I know how hard it's going to be. And it's more, is the variance more risk, or is the general difficulty a bigger risk? And it's that level that I think, certainly I'm not at the level where I'm consistently evaluating that correctly. Like, I know that. But I think if you think in terms of just that like, this is all known, you know more or less what you're going to face. And it's, is my deck consistent enough? And if it's not, then I should trade a little bit of risk in terms of, like, I could die earlier to reduce variance. And that's where I think that evaluation becomes really critical in a game like Monster Train, where you have that. You typically have in Ring 8 a lot of options to reduce variance, and all of them come with costs. And it's a matter of managing them appropriately. And I think this is the part where there's the most opportunity for growth. I mean, certainly earlier as well, but I think
a new
we're just
sheet
talking
now
about
that I
going
think
into
about it,
Divinity.
because even the
Ring 8 is
that
an
sheet that
opportunity
they made
to
was,
reduce
I noticed
variance.
it was a little off.
And that for me is where you
when I
win
had
or
done
lose,
my
is, can you properly evaluate that
like early, mid, and
in a
late
way
game
to say
guides, I'd
which risk is more
gone
acceptable,
through
and then you go. And I don't know,
seen what the
it's
waves
just-
look like, and
it's
it was
for me,
like
it's a
it was
different thing.
slightly
Like, when I
off
was
in a few I
hardcore
noticed.
playing
It's mostly
Hearthstone,
accurate though.
it's very different because there's so much variance. You push the thing, and you can get 9 different options for.
On a similar note, I wish that the
Your
game
hero,
let you know
and then you have
which
within
boss
that different build archetypes.
you're facing.
So much
Like,
variance.
so many
you have
times
to
I
try to
forget
prepare for
which
in
one I
deck.
was facing,
For Monster
and it's
Train,
like,
I
oh
feel
crap,
like it's not really
here comes
about that.
Stealth Boss.
It's about your own deck and reducing the variance there, and not having to deal with a lot of external stuff. It's why it's also, by the way, why I recommend that in future patches, I think we need more enemy content, because I think that's actually an interesting place for there to be more variance where it's not right now. It's very consistent on the enemy side, and I think there could be an opportunity for Monster Train to vary up the enemy side a lot to make it a little bit more interesting. But as of today, I think that it's all about getting a deck
Or all
that
like
can
buff my
be
squishy,
the
and
most
then sweet
consistent
boss
it can
arrives. I'm
be.
like, oh crap.
And then you have to just calculate thresholds. How much damage can I survive?
And in
can
fairness
my
to,
method survive, for example?
like, Divinity kind of has everything as far as monsters go. You have enemies that harvest, you have large amounts of units, you have big health units, you have units that you have to remove or bad things happen. So at least it's testing everything right now.
So I would say, while I do agree that Monster Train is a game that has less built-in variance than a lot of other games, I actually find it to be the game where weighting the value of embracing variance actually matters more than a lot of other games. So I guess I can give specific examples to kind of convey what I'm trying to explain here.
Yeah.
So let's say you're going into
Why does she have damage shield?
You have like a decent
What, is it spell
upgrade
shield? I
with
can't remember what it is.
Emberstone.
She has some sort of shield.
And you
Two of
obviously
them.
have the Merchant of Magic on one side, you have Merchant of Steel on
It's
the
a
other.
shield that I can't deal with.
But you evaluate that while that might
And
be
I
able
hate
to
those
give you
overcharged tanks.
a way to actually win,
I
what
had
it's really doing
like
is
200
it's kind of
armor to
shifting
their
you a
waves
place where
sometimes.
You're really just more likely to lose by less. You know, you're gonna come close to beating Seraph and Relentless, but it's not quite gonna happen. Or you're gonna be close to plugging up a leak, but it's probably not gonna quite happen. But the other side, on your Merchant of Steel, you have a specific unit that if you put Endless on, only Endless is going to be the thing that really gets you out of it. Your deck absolutely just starts to pop off, and you give yourself an extra 2 to 5% on that top end to actually win. I think that there's a lot of scenarios like that pop up, especially with Concealed Caverns, where you can make a decision that has very, very low variance, but really what it's doing is it's just changing you from a really bad win to a slightly less, or from a really bad loss to a slightly less bad loss. You're just losing by a little less, and that's not what matters in card games. It's just, did you win or did you not? Whereas that other side, if it doesn't work out, you're going to get absolutely dumpstered. But again, that also doesn't matter relative to other types of losing. But maybe it gives you an extra 2% to actually cross that variance threshold to win.
Yeah, I mean,
think there's
I guess
so many scenarios like that.
I mean, I've had those scenarios where, like, I guess that's a good example where you get Endless on your Stealth Tomb and then you can win, otherwise you can't. I mean, I don't know if that's the best example, but I don't know if that's introducing variance more. Like, I think in that case, you don't really have a choice. Like, if you don't get it and you lose, then it's not really variance to go for it.
When I'm explaining variance, is essentially variance in the degree to which basically variance in your performance against the game, but then recognizing that variance is irrelevant in the face of the binary matter of did you win or did you not.
Variance
and how
for
do we increase the
me
percentages on each end of that?
is
So that,
mainly
obviously there is
shop
variance, and people
upgrades,
can
like the
kinda
big
generally
upgrade.
accept, like, wow, I
If you
didn't even
find
come close to
holdover
winning this
versus
run, or,
multi-strike,
wow,
can be
I
pretty
absolutely dumpstered
swingy.
this run. And there
And
is
just,
some
I guess,
variance in that.
random
There's
target
variance in how your deck
spells,
performs
like
in any
random
sort of fight
reform,
or run
random
overall.
plink and whatnot can really
That is something
determine
that
a fight
you
or
can
not.
expand in scenarios where you're
but
behind, and reduce in scenarios where you're ahead.
I think there's enough
to then,
ways to
increase or
reduce
maintain
the
those
variance
percentages at the very
and still
top end or at the
consistently
very low
win,
end,
which I
depending
like
on
about
which
it.
one you're concerned about.
Whereas like
Again, if
Slay
you're
the Spire,
concerned
that same
about
variance
just
can
those low-end
make or break
scenarios where
you,
you
like you're
roll
saying.
really
Like
bad,
if you don't
it's
have that
best
every
to avoid
edge,
variance, because then what you're
you have to
doing is
hit
you're
on
not
those
shifting
gambles,
that
and if you
delta
don't,
out,
you
and you're not
lose.
putting more area of your curve of your
I mean,
variance
when a
curve
player like Life
below that
Coach,
threshold of unluckiness where you could possibly lose.
such a good
If you're in a
card
bad
player,
scenario, it's
I would
generally better to
imagine
embrace
he'd
more
have
of it.
100%
I think
win
the
rate in
prime
Monster
example
Train.
of this, the one I get asked
You know,
the
he's
most,
looking at
I
a
would say
50%
probably
win
the
rate
most
in Slay the
common question in
Spire.
chat is, how do I evaluate
Is
concealed caverns when
kind
I'm
of
looking at a
telling
ring?
of
there are some insane
much
things that
variance
can
affects
pop
the
up in
game.
Concealed Caverns, especially relative to certain decks that you build. So I actually tend to treat Concealed Caverns to the highest degree in this manner of,
I do
need
love
to
me some
embrace
spell
more
chain.
variance,
It's like a poor man's holdover
and risk getting
and
a
double
completely
stack
useless
all in one.
location on one of my sides of the track? Do I really need to, or do I need to avoid it and risk, or do I need to embrace it and risk a bad location with the opportunity to get something really busted like minor refraction? Or do I just need to avoid it because all I need is, nothing terrible to happen? I just need to progress a little bit. I think that is extremely relevant with Concealed Caverns, but also just so many scenarios in Monster Train, more than other games.
I guess one thing that and this is maybe my weakness as well, is the areas where there are the most variants, I
there's some
typically
swingy
expect them to
Hellhorn
fail.
artifacts.
Like I run into them, I do not expect I will get copy 5 times. I do not expect I will get build a
Right.
card. I do not
Just
expect
get
I will get
multi-strike
minor.
to everything,
I expect
or
I'm going to get
literally
a
double
plus 10
int
strength
value.
stone. I expect I'm going to get I don't know, an awoken, end up having to take a plus 25 health because I can't get
Thank you.
what's it called, hollow. So I feel like I go into these assuming the worst, and so then I focus on the areas where I feel like the variance is low enough, and I build my success criteria around them. This is why, like, I don't know, I will typically hit something like 4 or 5 unit upgrade shops if I have to. I will hit 4 or 5 spell shops if I have to, because that to me is very low variance. I don't think I've ever. I mean, stream, you can tell me. I don't think I've ever decided on a path because of a Concealed Caverns in my entire history playing this game. I don't think I've once done that. Because for me, it's such a wide variance that I refuse to rely on a Concealed Caverns as a win condition for my build. And I don't know. I don't know if
Caverns have gotten.
If you guys have different opinions, but I typically build around everything is going to go wrong, and so this is the minimum. This is the minimum I'm going to need to survive. And if something happens, I will pivot. I will pivot hard if I get the opportunity, but I never expect it. I always plan around worst possible scenarios. What do I do in that situation?
Yeah, I mean, the Caverns for me is more like
Penitent
if
Remains.
I'm on the fence about which way to go, it's like,
I think Caverns
like
have
higher
gotten
health
so
to me,
strong.
like,
I actually target Caverns if I can
like,
now.
I would like higher health.
There's Nexus Spike, there's
to get it, unless I'm about
Old
to die.
Magic. Every new
Caverns
event is
like,
insanely good.
I want to go to both merchants.
There are still some bad ones,
I
but
can go to the other one later.
you're more
I
likely
might
to
as well
find a
go
good
to
one.
Of the Caverns now. So it's like a
melee
a
weakness,
bonus, not a reason to take it for me.
I think playing tier outs is a difficult lesson learned because people tend to play every type of card games from the perspective of I'm trying to not lose rather than I'm trying to actually win.
And even
that
the
applies
steal
less
the unit
to
one.
Monster Train than it does
If I
to
would,
games, but
I think I lost my
fundamental premise
15
of,
game streak
what
recently
did you win or did
because
you
I didn't
not
take
really
it.
does apply.
But that one can
And
be
there's a
pretty
lot of
good
scenarios that I
sometimes.
see people run into where
For the
they're
greater good, I
evaluating
think it's
Caverns
called.
just as being, no value or it's a tiebreaker.
Can definitely help
and then
with those
they go
mini
to the side of
bosses.
the ring and their run is really not in a good place. And I feel like what's happening there is they're going to a side and they're changing a 0%er into a 0%er that feels less bad when they could go to a cavern or take an artifact from a divine horde and change their 0%er into a 2%er. It's really, really marginal, but those can save runs. I've had specific runs where I knew I was not going to be able to beat Divinity, and I just took 2 rings in a row, ignoring everything else in them, just going for concealed.
It's the Hail Mary
I could win
factor.
with a minor refraction.
Sometimes
I knew
you
it was
just
going to
gotta.
be a guaranteed win if I got it. It's a very small percentage, but if your other option is changing a 0%er into a different 0%er, then you might as well.
That's not. I mean, it's
Well,
a fair
it's
point.
It's hard to say that you're changing a 0%er into a 0%er though. Like when, let's say you're on ring 7, right? You, in that scenario, you're looking at rings 6 and 7, 2 concealed caverns in a row. You're going to get rare cards after ring 6. You could get a rare card after ring 7. So
It takes a lot of
could be your outs
hours
as well.
into the game to know
So
what to
I wouldn't
expect.
say that you
gotta
have
know
a 0% chance of success.
What the waves look like for each seraph. You gotta know
if you're beating the
what
ring.
each seraph's gonna present.
But
Yeah,
that's just my opinion.
I mean, that's
You
for
gotta
me.
know
Like
what to do in the divinity waves.
here is my personal this tends to be how I play. Is my win conditions are almost always going to be very focused narrowly on a handful of things. Typically, it's going to be your priority unit or priority units if you have the luxury of having more than one. And then it's the spells that support your champion plus your unit being able to basically dominate the ring. And so what are all of the main factors that you can do to improve your odds? Number one is improving reliability of your draws, which is the best way to do that is remove. And it's the guarantee. Like,
Which one was this giant spider
if
event?
you get a removal,
I played me
you get to
some
remove
definitely
2 cards and improve
some
your
hours
variance.
into
Full
FTL, but it's
stop.
been a
There's
while.
no RNG there. You take that.
Oh,
it's
that, yeah,
guaranteed.
right. You can just
And
like
if,
lose. Yeah.
For me,
Right, I
I have,
remember
and this
that
is
one.
what I, again, this
You either
is
get
over
like
time,
a
just
crazy
what
bonus or
I
you just
have
lose a crew,
experienced
random crew,
is, removal is significantly underrated by newer
was
players.
so
and it is
bad at
probably
roguelites
one
back
of
when I
the
played
most
FTL.
important things in this game to
That's a
get
great
good
game,
is
though.
knowing when and what to remove.
Into the Breach is really good too. I think
The cavern
I think I actually
scenario for
preferred
me,
Into the Breach.
similar to
I
what
was playing
Nathaniel
that for a
said,
while.
I think there are more reliable outs.
Similar to
than
Monster Train
caverns
though, you can
events,
kind of just win every time.
even
at a
in the
certain
worst
point.
of dire scenarios.
Probably even more
and
so.
I don't know. I think that Hail Marrying in Monster Train for me, I will Hail Mary tactical combat. I very, very rarely Hail Mary my strategic decision making. And I said it could be a weakness of mine, but I rarely do that. I will rarely Hail Mary on the strategic side. I will absolutely on the tactical side. If I'm getting like trashed in a never give up challenge, I will do some insane stuff to see if I can get it to tactically succeed. But I rarely do that on the strategic side. I usually am much more like, what is the most reliable way to improve my deck? And even if it's marginal, I will take the reliable improvement over a Hail Mary almost every time. That's personal. As I said, could also be my weakness. Could be why I don't always win when I should. But that's typically my mentality. And then on the tactical side, balls to the walls, I will do risky stuff to get things to play out.
Steel,
but,
yep. Steel to Jidoko
Get
was
ready.
the.
You are chatting away. But I'm
Sorry.
curious your input on this whole discussion.
Oh, I got sidetracked. We're talking about Into the Breach and how it relates to what we're talking about. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'll make one quick note and then we can just move to the next topic because we will, at least on my end, I'll have to wrap this up soon. But I definitely don't mean for this, by the way, to be a thesis on concealed caverns specifically. Yeah. It's a combination of thousands of different very, very marginal scenarios that all add up to give you a couple extra win percentage. So another quick example could be something like taking another banner unit when you already have one, and if you don't draw your built-up banner unit
it's
in
actually
the first turn, then you're absolutely
nice
screwed.
for me to go
So
between the conversations
because you're 100% dead. But you're not going to win that fight regardless, and the combination
gives me more
of
topics
these two
to
banner
think and
units
talk
can
about.
actually get you there. That's another scenario where you're giving yourself a 50-50 shot to die, but if you think you were already going to die regardless, you might as well take that 50-50 over, that, like even to Narninian's point, if it's not 0%, maybe a 5 or 10%er to win that fight. If you know you were probably going to lose to some leaks or something like that, you might as well take that 50% shot to get yourself out of it, even though it does just mean certain death if it doesn't work out. Still better odds. But yeah, definitely not specific to concealed caverns. Just I think it's a good general lesson to and obviously this is just a big rule of thumb. It's my takeaway would be embrace variance when you're in a losing position and avoid variance when you're in a winning position. Obviously, variance is generally good to reduce in ways that it consistently increases your win percentage. So things like card removal. Unstable vortexes are reductions in variance that increase the percentage odds to win in all possible scenarios. But there are some where you're increasing your odds to win and increasing your odds to lose by a lot. And generally, those are things that are better to embrace or avoid given your position in the game. So unless anyone has any last notes, we can move on to the final topic, which I think is going to be a very interesting and contentious one. No, I assume Gabriel has something prepared since he said he wrote down some notes.
Oh, I sure do.
Oh man. And also everyone already knows my answer, so mine's going to be much more lame. So we're going to discuss what we think are currently the single best and worst deck combos in the entire game. I'm gonna let Gabriel lead.
Clan combos or just decks? Like deck archetypes.
You can do either. You can do either. I'm gonna stick to clan combos myself. I think there are some mechanics that don't work, and we can discuss those separately. But let's try to stick to a more general, like, if your life is on the line, what clan combos when you're about to start a run feel the most risky and least risky to you? I'm gonna start with Gabriel because he's the most prepared.
Yeah, I'm more confident in my strong pick, least confident in my weak pick. But my strong pick is Melting Exiled and Awoken Exiled. I think Little Fade has the most consistency of all the champs. Every path is good. You can mix between paths. I think Melting Remnant and Awoken, in a general sense, are my picks for the two strongest clans. They have really good units, infusions. They have good banners, good non-banners. Like Draft is insane. Tombs are insane. There's card draw. There's Hallowed Halls. You just find Hallowed Halls, you win. There's heals. Just insanity. Sweepers, yes.
Like
Sweepers with Firelight. Icarus
like
can
you
have,
even have
health.
artifacts that deal with like the two artifacts that just let you ignore the diligence downside.
Right. Exactly.
Quick.
I think that's a great combo, and probably what'll be a very consistent theme as we're discussing this are what clan combos give you actual value out of your starter cards, and you can definitely do worse than Primitive Mold Root Seeds. Those two cards are absolutely insane.
Yep.
Yep, those have my vote for two best.
Yeah, definitely a great combo. Also, you have a nice split there of some good front line and back line damage, which is like a classic aspect of the game that people often tend to forget about, because us, like, a lot of the old school players experienced the time of it just being a Woken Hellhorn. So you had the front line faction, the back line faction, and now we have all these hybrid units. You know, we've got the Sirens of the Sea and whatnot. And I think people have, undervalued having a consistent way to acquire common and uncommon frontliners and common and uncommon backliners. I think that's a very good combo. Let's go to Narninian next.
I mean,
Plus, Nate has something to say on that combo.
I that combo is super strong. I'll say, you probably roll your eyes, but I'm gonna say, Sentient Primary, Stygian Secondary would be pretty strong as well.
It's pretty strong.
I prefer Explosive, but Cultivating is fine because of Stygian incanting. Basically, you get draw, you get, and the Cultivate part is almost a bonus, right?
Do you go Forgone Power or Spears?
Spears.
I mean, I don't choose, but I guess I would choose the not Forgone Power one. What is it? Frozen Lance?
Yeah.
So my favorite, or my most consistent combo is Standard Stygian with Root Seeds, and I go Conduit 100% of the time.
Yeah, Conduit. I'm surprised how easy it is to keep Tethys alive on the top floor. Like,
She
I always
lives.
find an answer.
There's always an answer. You get intrinsic,
You get
whatever.
sap, you get
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I guess turn one sometimes if you're relying on like an armor totem or something, but I've gone runs where I just don't play Tethys on turn one. That's fine.
I think my counter to both
I actually
those
think that
is that if you don't get Conduit,
Conduit Tethys is the single most underrated champion upgrade path in the game right now.
I don't think it's underrated
Yeah.
anymore.
people
I made a whole video about it. I think Conduit Tethys is the best champion upgrade
But
path, but the problem is that what you get laden down with Conduit Tethys is you don't get Conduit Tethys, and the other two Tethys paths are so bad right now.
Yeah.
They're so bad right
Yeah.
now.
they're
That
very
is-
bad.
I'll take even the sweep path. Like, it's nice to be guaranteed a sweeper, but spikes will kill Tethys. I want to add on to my answer though. Like, I'll just say that Melting Exiled in any position, primary, secondary, I would say super strong. Like
Root Seeds and Primitive Mold are the two single best, and it's not even like it's close.
Yeah.
They are so much better than every other starter card,
Agreed.
hands down. The one exception is that Queen's Imps have a really, actually pretty strong essence, but that's it.
yeah, but that's more the queen Like
Yeah.
I think like secondary Queen Zimplings, they're okay, but 40 damage isn't like game breaking.
Yeah, I mean, it depends, but so in talking about this, I recommend, this is not the question. The question was clan combos, but I'm going to throw this out there. I think, based on the experience, I think that Dreg and Wicklash need to be swapped. I think Wicklash needs to be a +5 damage, +1 burnout starter card for Rector Flicker, and Dreg needs to be buffed and made a common unit. And I think it changes the whole world for Rector Flicker. That would be like my number one change in this game that I think would dramatically improve. And it's honestly exclusively because Burnout Rector Flicker is so bad if you don't have any Burnout Extension or Reform. And you can have.
And I'll add that, like even Dark Calling, dregs are awful. Like even with Dark Calling,
I disagree.
You disagree? Really? Okay. I don't like Dark Calling.
You want to go first? To me?
I feel like we need to get Papos Penguin on this call to defend this one.
I don't think it's that dregs are terrible. I think again, the fact that you can have a starter, and maybe this is my worst. I think one of the problems with standard Melting Remnant is while Rector Flicker, 2 of Rector Flicker's paths are incredibly powerful right now. Dark Calling and Accumulator are so good. Burn Bright cannot be played in almost any circumstance, and it's made worse that you have to draw a Burnout Extender or you have to draw a Reform.
Well, okay. And I will say
I think just the stats of Burnout.
There are common, uncommon, and rare options for both good. Reform and Burnout Extension. There's so much that you are not guaranteed, but nearly guaranteed to get something. And then with the shards, you can make that something enough. But I agree, it's Ring 1 is awful. Like you're not guaranteed to, even if you don't play your champ, like you're not going to be guaranteed to draw your champ in the second cycle of your deck, even if you play literally every card in your deck to remove it from your draw. So it is very weak turn 1 if you don't have one of those cards.
I think my main problem with Burnout Rector is just the stats aren't on par. It's similar to the other 2 Tethys paths. It's like the stats just don't keep up with the DLC.
Right. At least Monstrous has big stat stick, but at least it's got trample.
Right, so right. Which makes me think maybe Burnout should have trample, or at least maybe like the 3rd upgrade gets a multi-strike stack, like 1 maybe. Would that be too crazy? I feel like not. Or just trample on 3rd.
Give it an extra burnout. Like give it more burnout, initial burnout. Like
it could, but even then, I think the stats kind of suck, right? Like you can't even kill a tank with it in the last fight.
I'm gonna agree real quick that I think there should be some kind of change to Burn Bright, something to make him more consistently pickable, because he is in his current state removing a lot of the decision making, I think, from your Dark Forge, from your first Dark Forge.
Or even built-in gain rage when you lose a stack of burnout.
So
that could work too.
My argument to not do it with Dreg, I think that it's really, really nice when this game has, and there's so much good design here in Monster Train, of adding very, very small card packages or small elements to the game that allow whole archetypes to spawn in a very isolated area. They don't cost a lot, and I think there's an entire archetype here that is completely lost if Dreg is not a starter card, which is having Dreg Queen Zimpling as your starter card, which then leaves you with a 0 to 3 or 0 to 5 card deck 2 to 7 card deck of cards after your first cycle, assuming you can deploy things pretty efficiently. There are some sweet builds that you can go with having Drag Queen Zimpling get out of your deck in the first cycle, and then making a very spells-based deck that just does its thing consistently every turn. I think that's a really, really interesting archetype, and even if it's not the most powerful,
I mean, you could do that.
As fun as some other archetypes. Yeah. So and it's without investing other card draw, because you can do it in the first fight. It's very, very possible to actually start doing it, or no, second fight, I think. I think it's just a really interesting archetype that spawns up from having the potential for so many units in your starting deck. And I wouldn't want to see that lost to a change just to try and increase the viability and decision making related to the champion as opposed to the starter card itself. Obviously, Dreg is in a pretty weak spot, but I think it's a little nugget of the game that would be lost to changing Dreg out.
So you have not said viable your combo. What's your strongest?
So everyone already knows what is not only my favorite combo, but the one I think is the strongest. It's Chartel Queen Primitive Mold. We can discuss the merits of the deck. I do want to quickly give an honorable mention because it also goes in hand with what Nate is saying. My second favorite deck, and I think probably top 5 most powerful decks, is actually Tethys plus either Torch or Echo Break, and Torch being the primary one. This is a deck, and it's Conduit Tethys specifically is the build you go for. This deck actually gives you really good utility out of your starter cards, even into the late game if you go for an incant build. Having these cards cost 0 mana and being able to play every card in your hand very consistently
and having
is
armor
really powerful.
Armor synergies from Hellhorned with incant armor, like
it's just really strong.
So I'm gonna give a quick honorable mention to Tethys Torch. But I've said a lot of things I could say about Chartel Queen Primitive Mold. If you guys have some input on the clan or your thoughts on it.
I mean, it's very
I'm sure
strong.
people are tired of me talking about it.
I think Exiled Melting, like I said, any position, super strong. And that's part of your, clan combination, Exiled Melting. So.
Yeah. Someone's asking in chat what are the absolute worst ones. I mean, Blink is the worst.
Oh, here we go.
Blink is the worst starter card of the game. Someone was just asking what's the worst starter card. Blink is worst.
Yeah, but Primordium's...
I actually disagree. Interestingly enough,
I think with pre DLC it was tied with a couple others. I think post DLC I think it's the worst because you can't. They're even like ring 1. If you take the thing, you might get sharded units you can't kill.
I'm not a huge fan of Foregone Power.
I think Foregone Power is the worst one for my money, or Dreg. My issue with Foregone Power, specifically being they work very poorly in multiples, and you're guaranteed to have multiples. It also leans you towards a strategy. Card discard is a strategy where you don't want to be glutted on enablers, you want to be glutted on payoffs. So you can't actually take more enablers into the strategy that the Foregone Power is trying to lean you into because they don't synergize well with each other or the Foregone Power.
You can't give them
possibly enable to cheese. Yeah. So I actually think Plink is in a fine space. It definitely gets a lot of hate. The thing about Plink is it has this weird reverse scaling to it. So it's a card that takes magic power decently well. But I think the cap on its high end and the cap on its low end in your first couple of fights are possibly the highest and
if
lowest.
you remove like 2 of them, it's a lot better because then you don't end up with multiples of them.
Mid market invasions are really insane. It does things that you're not doing with other cards, and especially not any other starter card. I mean,
they're really good at
like killing 2 things and getting 2 morsels.
At killing
really
like early bosses, just stacking a few frostbites, pretty nice.
A single slay and a single morsel. It's in an awkward design space because of things like armor trial or shards, which can just completely invalidate it. But I think it's in a fine space, power level wise. It just has kind of a reverse scaling to it. It starts off either being really strong or it can scale well into the late game, but it tends to do one and not the other.
I think the one issue with Plink that I have with its long term, even like, is the fact that it can hit flying bosses can really screw things up.
Yeah, that's.
And rough. I think this is not just a Plink only thing.
It needs the Nexus Spike treatment.
I mean, what's the artifact? The Gorge artifact that always
the one with
Teeth of Gold.
I really think they need to remove some of those from being able to target the boss, especially now the Divinity is guaranteed to be on the floor every turn. So Gold Teeth is absolutely completely useless in Divinity. Like, no matter where you set up.
So I think that's part of why I don't like Plink, because it loses consistency, specifically in flying bosses. And the other one is just like, it's the only starter card that you, how do I say this? You have so little control over what happens, and it's the most feels bad card. So even if it is the best, even if it has the highest win rate, the fact that it is the only one that has pure RNG like that. I guess that's not true. Primitive molds is the other one. But the difference between a primitive mold and a plink is a primitive mold, you're guaranteed something. It might not be what you wanted. A plink, you can get absolutely nothing sometimes. So it's I don't know. Who is this demon VTuber? This is Narnian. That was the word, by the way, I was asking about earlier. It's called VTuber, is the word.
All right, so very last point will be worst clan combos. So my pick, I guess we'll just go in reverse order. My pick is going to be Wildington Dreg. So I'm going to go Exiled Awoken, normal health, or normal.
Whoa.
I don't hate
Wildington Dreg.
I think
What?
there's just too many good cards in that combo to say it's weak.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I can give my
I think Melting is so over the top amazing with Wildington that I will have to strongly disagree. I don't care what you
yes, you need a stealth tomb.
Or you don't even need a stealth tomb. You just need a tomb. You need a
Or
tomb.
a baron, or yeah.
For me, it's combinations of clans that have one of two problems. One, either one of your strategies wants things to die and clear up space, and the other doesn't. Or actually, it's basically just, either your strategy wants to fill up its space, or your strategy wants to have available space, or your strategy wants things to die or not have things die. I think there's a lot of clan combos that pull you in those two different directions. The specific choice of Wildington Drag is more specific to me. I think that's the one I would perform worse with, but I think there's a lot of merit to combinations of Umbra, Melting Remnant, and Awoken that can be really, really awkward. Essentially, just those three, assuming you're not playing a really, really busted champion like Little Icarus or Little Fate. Which is just Little Icarus a lot of the time.
Yeah, I could see. I don't know about the worst. It's just there's so many good runs with Wildington and Melting, but I mean, you could just not get any of those cards that make it good. So
That's very true.
Ripinator said the gauntlet has been thrown.
I think so. The problem is that my favorite build to play is the Stealth Tomb Wildington build, which I think is if you get it, if you starter card Stealth Tomb and you have Wildington and you get specifically what's the sweep and root, it's just an auto win even against Divinity. Unless you get like the worst possible everything else in the whole rest of the game, you're going to win because you'll never take fire damage. But no, I don't know. I could agree with that though. If you don't get it, it's pretty bad. Wildington in general is one of the most awkward champions to play around. The thing with Wildington is that he has root seeds, and it's hard to deny the fact that root seeds is just so damn good. It's such a good starter card. It's hard.
It's definitely a good secondary consideration, and I would say it's very close between that and if I was not taking my own play skill with specific champions and factions into play, probably.
Well, also there's two sweepers. Animus Will is still good.
A pretty rough one for very similar reasons.
They got tons of card draw.
I think
Razor Sharp Edge is still good.
Apart from the fact that Exile Melting Remnant is just
and then
good
you got
on its own.
Even Wicklash is pretty good. Hollowed Halls is a free win.
And especially Plink Umbra, because with several of them you don't want to actually get morsels at all. Morsels are like actively bad in a lot of Melting Remnant builds. That tends to be just an awkward combo, but the thing is that Melting Remnant is so internally strong, it's hard to ever say that a combo of Melting Remnant is bad, because it's just such a strong clan. It's one of those where you can literally ignore your secondary clan, and it's so internally consistent and strong. I think for me, I think
you gotta get your pick in. You got to throw your
pick in. I think my pick for the most difficult right now is Hornbreaker Prince with Exile Wormkin, and I think Wormkin Exile in general is
Mine's
really
similar,
awkward.
but I don't.
I think all the Wormkin mechanics are designed around their champions in a way that is maybe a little bit more tied than the other clans.
Wormkin's too powerful for me to include it in a week.
If you get a lot of consume cards,
I think Umbra has
there's two
more
units that have Etch. But if you have a champion that has Etch with eggs, then it's like really good. Similar, like the whole consume combo thing
for
is
Umbra
designed
to do
around.
anything.
really around Echo Rights
And
some
Plink
of
is
the
not good at
combos
generating
there.
them,
And I feel
therefore
like,
you
especially with
completely
a
reliant
Hornbreaker
on
Prince,
finding,
like this is fit. And Hornbreaker Prince, I think, is one of those champions that
morsel
you
generators.
cannot. You really take a lot of value from your secondary
Right,
clan.
yeah,
to make
lifesteal is
Hornbreaker
not
Prince work
great with
these days.
armor.
More so
Can be
than in
okay,
the past.
but
The days of just like getting a Wrathful Prince and having it just pwn everything is over.
yeah.
And Hornbreaker needs a lot of support from its secondary clan, and Morkin just doesn't give it in the levels that I think it needs. There are some really good like combos that you can still do, and it's not that it's not like, I think all the combos can win, but I think Hornbreaker is in a not very good spot, and I think Wormkin doesn't do any favors.
It's also very worth noting with that combo that if you're trying to do anything with echoes and infused cards, any combination of starter cards you could possibly have if you're running Hornbreaker Prince Wormkin, do not play well on floors where there are no enemy units, which is a thing that occurs a lot. You really want to set yourself up with those echoes early on, and if you're looking at a pile of torches and fractures or torches and echo breaks, it can be really awkward.
Yeah, and as I said, like I think right now, if I were to like, excluding clan combos, just looking at pure champion reliability, the Prince went from being like, I would say, in like the top 3 to being in like the bottom 2. I think he's very, very unreliable these days, and
only Brawler is
and
good
it makes
anymore.
it really difficult when then you
Wrath
have a
is
supporting
okay.
clan
Reaper is
that's
useless.
not going to address his weaknesses. So this is for me what can be really difficult. Yeah, so that would be my pick, is Hornbreaker Prince plus Exile, and it doesn't matter which one, or Hornbreaker Prince plus Wormkin, and I don't care which one, whether it's Echo Break or what is it now called? It's not called Sharded anymore. It's called
Sharded.
Yeah, I still call it sharded. Even when I don't forget, I still call it sharded. Actually, I especially call it sharded when I don't forget that it used to be called sharded. All right, Narninian, what is your gauntlet? What portion of the player base that is making bad mistakes are going to hate you now?
Okay, so you're saying what clan combination is bad?
Yes.
What is the worst one? If you had to play one right now and your life was on the line, what is going to make you the most uncomfortable? Or if it's anyone has to play it. What do you think is the worst?
That's tough. I didn't think about this one too much. I'm just looking at the logbook here.
We can jump to Gabriel then.
Yeah, jump to Gabriel and.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar to Nate's Hellhorned Prince primary. I just for my money, I think Plink secondary is worse than Wormkin. My reasons are, I agree with the sort of situationalist. I don't even know what word I'm trying to say. The situationality of what you kind of talked about with Wormkin. I just think there's more with Umbra. I think almost every Umbra unit needs morsels to do anything, and with Plinks, you're not guaranteed good morsel generation. You also have just a set of, Torch and Plink in the DLC are not going to kill anything without upgrades, so they sort of beg to be removed. Torch can still hurt your own units, but I find that less useful in the DLC. And kind of like you talked about, Hellhorn Prince just kind of isn't that consistent anymore. I think full Brawler is pretty powerful if you have Ritual Battle. Otherwise,
or imps or whatever. You need
or
some way to
imps,
scale.
right? Some sort of rage scaling, which isn't guaranteed. You might get it, but you also, I would argue, Brawler's start isn't powerful, so you can lose games at the start by starting Brawler. I mean, you get a little bit of armor, a little bit of stats, but if you didn't start with Ritual, you didn't start with Fledgling Imp, you're kind of screwed sometimes. And Plinks and Torches aren't going to help you damage the boss. It's not going to help you damage sharded up units. I think it's still potentially powerful. I mean, you got double multi-strike cards that you could hit on. It's why I'm less confident about saying like which one is weakest. It could just be also that I just suck with the combo, but it's definitely my vote.
I would say there's the real big cost there is actually just being stuck with Hornbreaker Prince as your champion in that combo. I don't think he plays well, but I think the combination of Torch Plink is actually extremely underrated. The ability to set up Plinks, I think, is really, really strong in helping non-upgraded Plinks scale into the mid and late game, or even just do some work early game. Also, you get this nice balance of already having consistent ways to deal with tiny backliners for those first couple of rings at least. Which then lets you focus your game plan a little bit more on
any
building up
armored
your
trial
rings
or shards
but
gonna
I still
screw
think
that
the
up.
combo's bad overall. I don't know if it's as much a cost of Torch Plink as it is Hornbreaker Prince and the awkward anti-synergies between Hellhorn units and Gorgon.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the logbook here, and I guess Penumbra as a champion has some potential bad, like they don't get Architect and they don't have if they're relying on Glutton, it might be challenging. And then
I think Penumbra's
with Worm
underrated.
in secondary, like if you're relying on, I feel like there's a lot of bad options you could be offered with that combination. But I think Umbra has a lot of strong cards still, and I'm just not super familiar with making Wormkin work in a secondary position.
That's a valid point. Like Penumbra, I would say he's not quite as bad as Hornbreaker Prince, but he's certainly a lot worse going into DLC than he was before. Except Architect. Architect is just insanely strong, but the other two paths are both struggle. I will say there's something to be said about Architect 2 with Monstrous 1. I think that's actually legitimately good, but which is funny because I would have never done that pre-DLC, but now I find it quite strong. But the in general, Gorge the Penumbra, and to anyone who wants to defend it, the only way you can make Gorge the Penumbra work is with artifacts. You cannot, without the right artifacts, you cannot run Gorge Penumbra. It's not possible against Divinity because he will die. He will die on every floor. Every floor will kill him turn 1, and will kill every morsel turn 1. So it's where you could reliably get him on the top floor, he would mostly survive Seraph. You cannot do that with Divinity, and this to me is a big problem. And I think there needs to be something done to address this. I don't know what it needs to be done. There's a couple of these champions that right now are just in, like, their champion upgrade paths are so far behind. There needs to be some tuning.
I feel like
to make things work again. I mean, Slay Hornbreaker Prince is up there. Gorge Penumbra is up there. If you make them work, you make them work in freak offshoot decks that rely on architects, artifacts. Sorry, that rely on artifacts to survive. So, and I don't think that's really healthy. I think artifacts should be a boon, not a mandatory thing to make a champion upgrade path work. And there are some that currently are that situation.
All right, I'm gonna hit us with one last question before I sign off here. At least this is gonna be something a little more lighthearted. I just thought of it, or at least a little bit recently, so no one had time to prepare, and this is gonna be a tough one to tackle. What busted thing in the game, because this comes up a lot in Magic, what busted thing in the game that has been patched or nerfed into oblivion would you like to see come back, at least for a little bit of time, to experience the nostalgia of it again? And I'll lead on mine, which is actually going to be morsels counting as dying units and going to the reform pile.
It'd be fun.
I miss the days. I just thought it was a really fun clan combo. It was kind of an awkward release when both of those clans come out at the same time and they interact with each other in such a busted way that just and didn't interact with the other clans at all. But it was just so much fun, and also selecting morsels I think to reform was just a great time. Also, it made a Dark Calling on Rector Flicker really insane. That was my OG favorite deck, was Dark Calling, Rector Flicker, and just bringing back 1, 2, and 3 morsels a turn. I also kind of miss old Rector Flicker, but that's a separate thing. Yeah, that's gonna be my pick.
I miss Beta and Graft. Immediately drawing cards.
I was gonna say that, and then you just have 2 engrafts.
And you win.
Yeah, and you win. That was literally every time I played in beta. It's like, all right, I have engraft, I won.
Oh man, back to beta. Another good one was Multi-Strike 4 Hornbreaker Prince. Imagine root seeds with that thing. Holy cow! You just go ham with your champion.
I mean,
right.
Multi-Strike 4 Prince already exists. What?
Wait, I thought he got changed out.
No, he's still 4.
Yeah, rank 3
rank
still
5.
4.
Strike 5.
Yeah.
Okay. They did a full rework on Hornbreaker, and I can't remember anything about him anymore since they changed him.
Brawler.
What was the other mode? There was Slay Armor. It was just Slay Armor, Multi-Strike, and what was the other beta one?
It was Wrathful, but it was Wrathful without the armor slay. It was just gain rage on revenge. But then they switched it so that he also had the slay trigger to gain armor, I think, is if I remember right. Am I remembering right, or am I wrong there?
I think he always gained armor. I think he just maybe the rage is new. I don't know.
I don't remember.
That definitely changed. He didn't have the revenge trigger. I'm not sure he interacted with rage at all before. It's been a while. I remember I would always just go multi-strike and slay armor, or just multi-strike. Oh no, it was just damage. It was slay and damage was one. So like he would become stronger and he would get slay triggers that made him stronger, or he would stay small and have multi-strike, or he would get armor on slay. It was those three. He had one that was every time he slayed, you got like plus 100 attack, or it was plus 50 attack. His final form on that one. And then you had one that was slay to gain 25 armor, and then one that just gave you 2 extra stacks of multi-strike. Those were the final forms. I like old Prince, but I'm still gonna go with Morsel's Dying. I do appreciate old Ingra.
Although that would be super awful against that one wave of Divinity.
Yes. Although I think Gorges still happened at the end though, so it might not be terrible. Certainly not as bad as before. I feel like there's a lot more ways to deal with things during combat than there used to be. But
Yeah.
I gave
So
it.
that
What's
would
your?
be a way to. I'm gonna say that would be a way to make your morsels actually insulated from Divinity Sweep if you once you reform them a couple times. Not a super reliable way to do it, but possible. Yeah. So Narninian or Gabriel, what we got?
I mean,
Well, I was gonna say engraft, so
Oh.
I'm not gonna come up with a new one.
I mean, I didn't play in beta, so I have to go with early, just Monster Train. So mine's a two-way tie. I can't choose between them. Volatile Gauge or one-cost Lodestone Totem.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, how can you
For
choose?
you then. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with one cost Lodestone Totem.
I don't know.
I
Like original Volatile Gauge was a blast.
It was Snekolai with an additional draw, which was
Yeah.
already busted in Slay the Spire.
Like,
I'm
if
actually
gonna
wondering
feel
if
the
they
power-
brought it back. If they brought it back, do you think it would be as oppressive anymore?
I think so, just because I can run the current version pretty well a lot of the time. I think they could maybe bring it to 0 to 4. I would like that more. I think that would give it a buff overall. Because them coming in at 0 is such an advantage, and if they come in at 4, I'm down with that downside. Just, you can upgrade your Ember to get around that. But I think it would be an overall upgrade to go 0 to 4.
Weren't you originally able to in beta reduce the cost of units as well in shops?
Yes, I remember. I missed that as well. That was a lot. Of
I
fun.
don't miss that.
Oh, double stacking enhancements. When you could double stack
yeah.
enhancements, that was sick.
Oh,
You could
double
get-
stack that doesn't increase the cost.
Oh, yeah,
original-
that's good.
That was
Consumption
actually
rule
really
that
good.
doesn't increase costs is also sweet.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the other stuff, I feel like there's some things that were nerfed, I think made a lot of sense. Obviously, Sap Totem being 3 cost. I think we've learned that it's still incredibly powerful, but it's just not as oppressive. Furnace Tap is still... It's honestly not... I don't find it the king anymore, though. It might not be the best card anymore.
It's tougher to pull off Ember Drain with the... Because I used to use... If I didn't find Perils, Mind Collapse was pretty consistent. It's kind of hard now to get Mind Collapse to rely on your way out of Ember Drain. I mean, you need really a Piercing upgrade. Even then, it's like... You either need the 30 and the Piercing and Holdover. You can't have both unless you get the 3 cost... or the 3 stack artifact. So it's pretty hard to pull off Ember Drain now without Perils.
I think what we've established is they should just have like a week or maybe a separate game mode where they just undo all of the biggest nerfs in the game for a week. We'll play it for a little while. We'll get our fill of being absolutely broken, and then we'll go back to lamenting the change to shops. And
I mean, you can just
Consumption
make a mod.
Good.
that's a big mod.
It's not really.
Art's Tome is another one recommended.
There's one that has a balance configurator that might make it easy. I don't know.
It was interesting when One Horn's Tome was 3 mana, I didn't feel like it was that overpowered. Honestly, it's still I didn't take it that often.
It also didn't apply fragile.
Yeah, I think apply fragile, bring it back to 3 costs, and it's perfectly fine. I think the fact that it's 5 cost and in addition applies fragile is a little bit over the top. It's just so much objectively worse than Furnace Tab, which is interesting. But anyway, yeah, I think so. Not the question that was asked, but if I were to say what are the things that I would address if I were the devs in the current state, my top picks would be Slay Hornbreaker Prince, which is unplayable in any rank, in any build. It is probably Gorge Penumbra as second. And I don't know, what would you guys want to address? Like, those are my 2 ones that I just feel like I feel bad because they at least were playable pre-DLC, but they're just not.
Burnout Rector.
I guess
Yeah,
Titan
Burnout
Channel is
Rector.
fine because the base stats are pretty strong.
I love Time Channel. I
Yeah,
almost
and
exclusively take it, but
I like avoiding Everdrain on turn 1 so much.
yeah, it's amazing. It's so good.
But it is like that 60 damage difference between it and Burnout Rector is pretty big, I think. And also just Stygian in general is able to, I don't know. I'm trying to think of why we're okay with Titan Channel and not Burnout Rector, and I guess it's because the requirements are more specific.
But I think
Also not built into your deck.
Rank 1 is so much easier to make work. I feel like Rank 1's Soul Guard is Titan Channel 1 is easy, and Burnout Rank 1. If you draw bad, you lose, and you can't draw so bad you don't get Tethys online with 4 incants.
Well, I also think, if I recall correctly, Titan Channel still kills a tank, at least,
Yes.
and tanks more damage. And I feel like that just pushes it so much over the edge. If you don't have sweep or big AoE, one tank getting through is so much damage to your pyre, and if you can mitigate that last tank, that's so huge.
And he doesn't he just chills. He chills up there by himself, doesn't get touched for 3 or 4 turns, and then he just like shows up and he's huge. And you play Burn Bright Rector Flicker rank 3 on the top floor. Even before he's touched an enemy, he's down like a third of his health. Like it really feels bad. And I think it's you can't play him on the second floor. I don't know what you do with him. I will say I sometimes will take him as a rank 1. I will like 1 rank of Burn Bright I think is okay, and then you mix it with Accumulator, and that can be okay if you have Burnout Extension, because then you actually end up with a much bigger Burn Bright than you ever would have had with rank 3 Burn Bright. That works, but I don't know. Accumulator is just so much better. It does the same thing. It just does it way better and way more reliably. I don't know.
So for me, there's 2 types of changes. Like if I was asked to approach the devs and give a change recommendation, there's a couple of types. They kind of trade off with one another, so they both have merit. One are the types of changes that are really, really big and lofty and changes came in a fundamental way, but are very tough to implement. And then there are ones that are really, really minor, quick fixes and make small improvements. I think that both of these are generally equally valuable, assuming that the weighted costs and benefits are roughly proportionate to one another. Because you do have to think that the devs do have a very finite amount of development time. So in general, you can kind of get a bunch of small things fixed or one big thing fixed. So my more steady one would be a little bit more future proofing and non-bold keyword creation to make the game a little more uniform. There's an interesting thing where for like Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh, it takes forever to actually learn the rule set in a way that allows you to understand every single possible scenario, but it's more like a language. It's like learning a coding language. Once you've learned the actual language of the rules, then you can understand how to apply those rules to every single scenario, as opposed to having to tackle specific scenarios. Some examples of awkward wording are things that a few of us have discussed recently. So the way like melee weakness, spell weakness, and spell shield all kind of work is a little weird. I would like to see words like strike or attack or stuff like that fleshed out and given very, very targeted meanings that allow us to read cards and understand the way they interact with other cards without having to experiment or figure that out.
That would be nice. Vision of Fire.
I don't think it's too tough to implement.
My guess though is
it's just a matter of
it wouldn't
setting
go to
aside
us.
words
It'd
and
probably
using them only
go to
for
like
specific purposes, which
Rhapsody
is what,
and
most card games do.
And
The
Voyix
bigger
seems
one,
to be their
which
kind
is
of
obviously a much loftier change, and is a thing we've also
their
discussed quite a
golden
bit,
childs.
is adding endless mode, preferably something that grinds the game down to being unwinnable even with an infinite combo deck after a couple more rings, but just creating something that allows us to shift away from score and align the play patterns of high and low level play without fundamentally changing the game. I think is very, very big, but again, much tougher to implement. So both changes have really, really good value to them. Is the implementation time versus the benefit, I think is.
I'm not sure. I'm not sold on infinite mode being super great. Mainly because I don't know. I think it'd be a lot of resources spent to making it work, and then once you've like done it once, it'll be boring. That's my opinion.
I think what could make it more interesting is more like the competitive, where you're influencing each other's builds, influencing each other's enemies. That could make it more dynamic, and maybe you don't even have to make it endless. You just make it really hard, and that you can mess people up. Like, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure how you would do that, but something like that. Like, I almost wonder, like, maybe you don't have an endless number of rings, but you just have the last divinity have infinite health, and first one to die in that fight, there's no relentless. You just keep doing one turn at a time, and you can mess with each other. Maybe that's the way to do it. I don't know, but something that makes it more dynamic, then that's more interesting to replay it than just like playing in the wave.
So the actual
I agree with Nate.
idea, and it's even harder in implementation than what I was explaining might have come off as, was an actual progression, both for the people that like the game in a competitive sense and the survival aspect of the game, but also for people that like the lore of the game. So my actual more specific thought was, you start climbing back out of hell, and the waves that are spawning are much
awesome
tougher than before, and actually involve
like
a lot
expanded
of the units that you
Hellrush.
can draft. So you're actually fighting
Or just
things
multiplayer
like,
or whatever allows you to like if you finish before somebody, you can spend
like
either
and,
some sort of currency, gold
Animus
shards,
of
or just
Wills,
something
as they're
else,
coming up that are, like,
and then
enhanced versions
it
of
forces the
themselves. But
other
it's still
player to have to
game,
pick the card
building
that you
on
choose for
current
them.
mechanics, use some of the
That'd be awesome.
current floating bosses or build new ones that are very similar to them, and then just add more mechanics that really, really grind the game down. So stuff similar to the way like the Heart plays in Slay the Spire, where you can't just go off with most types of infinite combo decks, or even have ones that shut down infinite combo decks altogether, and try to force the game into a position where it is technically possible to play past a few more rings, but obviously we don't want the games to run too long. I think it would actually be fine to get it to a point where essentially ring like 11 or 12 is nigh unwinnable, and is absolutely unwinnable with things like infinite combo decks. I think that would be a little more interesting.
Someone was suggesting in chat that one of the easiest ways you could do is just to have shops where you send garbage. You pay coins to send trash to your opponents.
I like that, honestly. I mean, I probably wouldn't be still playing the game as much as I do if it weren't for these tournaments to look forward to. And I think on that similar vein, you take your average player and you add multiplayer, I think you give them such an incentive to keep playing, right? With I can develop. I'm not a game dev by any means. Like, I don't know how much lift that is, but it feels like it. A few features you could add to the current Hellrush, and make it Covenant 25 available. I think you'd just get so much growth with this game. People would stream it more. You'd get probably bigger name content. Maybe it brings somebody like Jorbs back to test his metal against whoever is wanting to try to be the number one multiplayer guy, right?
And the biggest thing to not miss, however you want to change the game to improve competitive play and longevity in the game, the biggest thing that we've actually been discussing a lot as we're arranging these tournament rules, but also which I think applies to any possible solution you could have for this, is make sure you have granularity at the top end that does not force players into specific play patterns or play patterns that are unusual for casual play. Some way to actually distinguish who wins, and force players to lose the game, lose the survival aspect of the game, or win it to a lesser degree, that actually feels like it's in line with the normal mechanics and normal play patterns of the game. I think if you miss that, whatever thing you try to implement here, we're going to have the exact same problem where your high-level players are just playing a different game from everyone else, and content creation becomes clunky, viewing becomes clunky, longevity becomes the issue. All right, that is my final 2 cents. I'm gonna have to sign off soon. Gonna go to an arcade and try to actually do something outside of my house a little bit for the weekend, because the missus gets a little stir crazy. So
outside, I'm gonna get to see that in like 3 weeks.
That's next
My
week for me.
second vaccine comes. Oh boy.
Oh snap!
dude, I'm gonna go watch the probably bad Mortal Kombat movie remake just to go out to a movie theater.
Yeah.
You have a very low bar to get over. As long as it's better than Annihilation, it's a masterpiece. So,
Oh man, Mortal Kombat Annihilation. I didn't hate the first one as much as
first
most
one's
people do.
great.
Annihilation is
Classic.
oh god.
I enjoyed the first one. It was
plastic
cheesy. Even.
costumes. The plastic costumes. Holy cow.
The CGI was just really bad, and anyway,
Oh,
let's
nice.
let's do some clunky
Good call in the
gameplay
jogging.
for the rest of us.
I bought a
That was great.
treadmill
So
myself.
Viable, we can unless Gabe
Gotta
gets
get-
and
gotta get
Nathaniel,
rid of
you
my
have other
man
stuff to
titties.
do. I am happy
Nope.
to do.
Oh, I got nothing to do.
All right, so do we do another eyes, hand, and brain?
Ooh, I'm down with that.
Yeah.
Give me like a minute. I gotta take the dog out real quick.
All right, and then I think it's his turn to pilot.
Yes. And Viable, thank you for organizing the questions and also with the tournament. And those that are watching, tournament, play.
Yeah.
Seeds are available. Get in
Come
there. Or come watch.
If you come watch, we're excited for that too. It's gonna be me and Arminian this time, and we probably need to start preparing, but we will start preparing.
Yes.
It's gonna be
No,
awesome.
What I would recommend, maybe while we're all on here, is I would make sure we coordinate everything starting Monday after all the seeds are closed, and then we decide who's commentating and which times, who's playing in which times, and so on. Because I'm going to be jumping in and out as well. I'm going to be doing a lot of the back end stuff. I can do spreadsheet management and stuff like that while we're doing stuff too. So, but
I'm gonna try to do full-time commentary for it. Should be very feasible for me. And then any other ways I can help, but also production side. Me and Arminian are gonna try to get together soon and get a lot of that done beforehand. Actually set up. I'd like to set up some transitions and stuff like that this time that are pre-built, so we aren't just moving stuff around. And if it needs to be me putting the legwork in, I don't mind.
So we need 2 groups though, right? Because we're gonna have parallel.
So what I'm thinking is we're gonna have an A stream and B stream, right? Since you and me are full-time commenting, it might even be we don't comment on the same games, right? And we can
Until
talk about
the
that.
later rounds.
And
Yeah.
until the later rounds.
The quarters, the semis, or the semis and finals.
So we'll have like A and B, and we'll switch between us, which is like the prime. I guess we don't even need to switch between us, since we won't have a primary and secondary. It's just you can tune into either one.
Yeah, I will say if we want to do this, we'll figure it out, but we'll want to make sure that we have at least a couple of spare people every single round for any combination of people to co-host with each of us, because I can assure you, as a person who's done commentary for this game a few times, but also for other games, you will want a co-host. It feels very doable, but it's just more lively and interactive.
It was brutal. No, I completely agree. And I think what we do is we will know who's in Group A and Group B, and we get 2 players from Group B to commentate during Group A. We get 2 players from Group A to commentate during Group B, and I think that's fine.
Yeah, and I Viable. I solo commented until Nathan decided that
I tanked my
wasn't
own run.
fun. Yeah, he decided to join me early in the run in the finals for the first tournament.
Decided. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I would prefer to try and keep us together as a core commentary team. Again, we'll talk about it a bit more, but keep us together and then actually set up backup heats in other scenes that we can transition to if one ends early, or if we just want to like move around between them and talk about what's going on in runs. Again, I don't mind doing the legwork to set up a lot of transitions.
The problem with this will be restart. We have to follow restarts, which means that we have to have people comment. We have to at least people viewing both the entire time.
Yeah, and that might involve just having someone doing, like, if we want to merge them together, having someone do the production end of it, or we can even have, like, if we're gonna have them all up on two
Nothing
separate,
does
screens to
top
transition
the
between,
Street
we
Fighter
still
movie.
could have
Jean-Claude
the
Van Damme.
commentary team have access
Let's
to both
take
of them.
that son of a bitch,
which
Bison.
I think having two people having access to 8 screens at a time is better than having one person have access to 4 screens and another person have access to 4 screens.
I'm
We
sweaty.
can even still split them up if we wanted to. But if we set up scenes to transition and we're planning on having like a featured heat and a backup heat, we can still view and collect all that information the same way we would if they were split up. But it lets us keep a more like core feel to the commentary team, and also kind of work on getting better at doing commentary together over the course of the weekend. Something I like. All right, yeah, I do really need to sign off. Again, we'll talk about all these ideas later. We got a whole nother week. We got a lot of time to plan. So I will catch you guys later. It has been a great podcast. Hopefully do more of these with some pre-planned questions. I think that actually worked out extremely well. Definitely at least better than last time. Last time the conversation.
We need more people to rotate into.
Yeah, I'd love to get like Guz or Penguin or some people on to come in, jump into the podcast. The problem is a lot of them, a lot of the people that aren't us four specifically are very busy on Saturdays. So I've been trying to work that out with them over the last few weeks, but it's mostly just a scheduling issue for other people. But yeah, definitely try to bring people on. Again, I constantly tell them, like, if you just want to hop on, feel free to just like kind of come into a rotation or whatever, just hop on for a week. Don't mind. Yeah,
Cool.
I will catch you guys later. Try to prepare some questions for 2 weeks from now. Also, if anyone's chat amongst any of our stream wants to for the podcast, Nate can relay those to me, or anyone else can relay those to me, and I'll try to gather them up and we'll make a nice list, because I feel like this is a good way to do it. It'll also make for very easy VOD cutting, because we can just kind of cut it by saying, lets people who weren't able to catch the podcast live view it and the feel for the topics and what we talked about. So, all right, I will catch you guys later. It has been a great time. I guess I'll be back tomorrow probably, but otherwise I will see you guys all next week. Well, the viewers, I'll see you guys like hopefully tomorrow. We'll see. All right, see ya.
See you, Fireball.
Bye.
Thanks, man.
Cool. So, Gabriel, you're the only one that hasn't ran, so you have your blindfold ready.
Oh, tell you what.
I actually ordered a blindfold, a legit blindfold.
I could just.
Not for a magic trick, but it'll be good for this.
It works. It works.
Just got to make sure I
Can
got
you
my push to
play-
talk.
Can you play? Have you tried playing without? You play with the controller or the keyboard or what?
Well,
I could
oh,
try
you can
keyboard, I guess. I don't really have a controller, I think.
Yeah, keyboard works fine.
Just the number keys, right?
Yeah, number keys and then
Arrows.
arrows and usually return or space.
Okay.
We'll tell you what to push.
I will tell you what to play.
I don't know if I'm going to push the right buttons. Hey, we'll do it.
What did we do last time? I'm trying to think what I've done. I think I've done
we
strategic.
died
I've
on
done-
ring 4 and 5 last time.
That's right. I'll do tactical if you're okay with strategic.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm on the last wave of Divinity, so 1 second.
Multitask. Who
Well,
does
I was
that?
trying to see if you divine master stuff on not Covenant 25.
Do you?
I don't know. I'm about to find out.
You do.
I thought so. I thought it was independent of covenant level.
I'm gonna divine master and snare.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know. Somebody in chat said you do, but I actually haven't verified myself.
I don't play at lower covenant levels ever, so I have.
Well, I don't usually. I was just curious if that worked. But the rest of them are going to be Covenant 25, but not in Snare. The Snare will be lower covenants.
Oh, and I was looking up my climb to show that I basically sucked during my climb. My highest win streak on 10 to 19 was 3.
I mean, even my New Year's, like, I lost a couple games, and that was after my mastery of the game was fully completed.
It's surprisingly easy to lose a, if you're not, like, if you underestimate the lower covenants, you can still lose. I mean, there's some guys with some stats. Arcus, he's got some stats.
Yep.
Let's see. My Imp Cup is 7. My Inferno Cup is 5. Crucible Cup is 7. And Herzl Cup is 44.
My Imp Cup is 9. I did win streak that in years. But Inferno Cup and Crucible Cup I did not.
I have 1 on Crucible Club.
Oh, wow.
I think I might have 1.
I'm pretty sure that I got my streak on Inferno Cup when I did the 25 and 24 hour run.
Oh.
Would you get 7?
I think so. No, 5.
I'm looking at mine now. I'm curious.
I think mine was 10 to 15 during the all 25. Man, can you imagine how long that would be if you did divinity fights every time? It'd be a nightmare.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, especially if you get. There's some
I have
cards.
I have no idea how to gauge difficulty at lower covenants for divinity. Like, I'd probably lose a lot.
I've actually stopped taking Cheater's Hand because I find it so annoying to have to click that every time.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I've turned it down for the same reason.
I'm just.
And it's like occasionally useful, but
Right.
I'm always like, oh well, I'll putting a dead weight into my next hand, then it's completely not useful, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't actually help you dig through your deck. All it really is kind of a pseudo permafrost.
Yep.
Which I've used it for, like, okay, I'll daze the boss. I know I'm gonna have my days for the boss.
Yeah, it can be very good. It's just annoying.
It's like very marginal. It's like especially if you have any form of like card draw anyway, then it also loses a lot of value because it's like
Right.
you mean during turn. Sorry, I mean during turn card draw. Like if
I
you
guess
get
with Wing Steel, it's better. Like, then you're like never gonna be betrayed by Wing Steel.
That's also true. You know what you're gonna get, so it's knowledge.
I have 8 Inferno Cup 8, and that was from my New Year's stream. So I lost somewhere in later in that streak, 18 or something. And I have 2 on Crucible Cup, 2. So I lost there as well. And 75.
Yeah.
That was definitely pre-Last Divinity.
I just can't keep my head straight enough to get super high. Like, I think I had 31 for Herzl Cup, but that was like a specific thing I had done. Yeah, it was like a Tethys build.
Stygian Awoken.
Right. Yeah. Right. And the time I lost, it was so stupid. It was such a boneheaded thing. It was like I didn't have a tank. I could have got a tank. I just didn't get one, and I was like, oh, I can beat Pusher Talus without a tank.
Narninian, you have 3 times as many games played that I do.
Man, I need to add you guys. I just realized that. How do I add you guys?
Yeah. You have to do it through Steam. I'll send my friend code.
I mean, some of that was just abandoning runs like early, but yeah, I play a lot.
Let me do this. I'm posting it into I'll put it in the tournament planning.
I'll put mine as well.
I don't know how to do that.
You just find it on Steam. You can get an invite code.
Share code.
Get it, yeah.
Friends.
And I made sure to do it fast so that everyone in chat isn't instantly adding me as a friend.
Yeah, I hid my screen temporarily.
How do I? Okay, so I go to Steam.
You go to friends, then you go to add friend, and then there's a link or a
Oh,
code.
okay. Add friend. All right. Friend code. Or send a quick invite. There we go. Okay. Boom. Okay. When it says number of hours, some of that was idle. Some of it.
Most of mine is. I just leave the game open pretty much all the time. Alright, you guys are both added now.
Let me see if I refresh, if it shows up. Already have to start over. Oh no, now you're there. That was fast. Oh, you've even played more than me, Gabriel.
I don't see. Okay, hang on.
Or at least you've
didn't-
won more than me.
Add a friend.
Yeah. Narnian's got us by a bit of a margin there, though. I don't think Narnian loses, does he?
I lose a lot. I just don't. I don't let people know.
Yeah, I'll confess, I was so mad during the second seed that I stopped recording, and no, that video will never see the light of day. I was so mad.
That's.
I was-
So where did you die? I almost died in ring
died-
6.
I
had to
died ring
restart-
4.
I had to restart ring 6 a lot, and I still took damage.
I took an hour on ring 4, and then I almost threw my computer out the window after I stopped recording, and then did some yoga, and now I'm okay. This is the problem. Like the way that I deal with the stress of losing is I've like no restarts, right? Like you just don't restart, you cut it, and then you go on. But with the tournament seeds, I can't allow myself to do that, and very unhealthy.
Well-
At least in the seeds where you can restart a lot.
Right. Hey, luckily we're already in, though.
Yeah, hopefully. I assume so.
I don't think I technically would have qualified yet.
No, I think you're well, no, because Amphi is not going to be
I didn't
playing.
play the first one though, so I'm behind.
Are we ready now? Are you still playing your Divinity
I'm
Fight?
ready.
Okay, let's do it.
Can you guys see my screen?
I can.
All right.
Let me. Yep. Yeah. Oh, I see. Interesting. I can see you and your screen separately.
I might add like some bogus mutator just because I'm kind of doing like a series right now, and I don't want
Oh
to.
yeah, your no frenzy
Just
stone.
add googly
Yeah.
eyes. Do a custom mutator and add googly eyes.
Evil eyes.
Not
Oh,
evil
whoops.
eyes.
We
Right.
accidentally have you kill a unit. Like,
Just add googly eyes, man.
Where's
Relax.
Google? There we go.
just googly. They could be evil, but
Perfect. There we go.
We're gonna go random, right? Or do we want to pick? Last time we picked, but
we can go random.
let's do it.
All right.
Okay.
I'm putting it
Wait.
down.
Oh wait, so we did it random so that you had to guess everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was the whole thing. You had to.
Oh yeah.
Trying to figure
Every
out what
ring
the
you have to
clans
try to
were.
guess and figure out what's going on.
Oh, I should.
Did pretty well. Although I
change.
didn't. I thought you had an artifact with endless or something. But...
All right. I'm good to go if you guys are.
Yep.
Let me just explain to those that are watching. So this is eyes, hand, and brain. The eyes are the tactical combat. I'm the eyes. The hand is the person who has to play everything. They are blind. This is Gabriel. And last we have the brain, who is the strategic decision maker. That is Narninian. And so I will direct during combat. Narninian will make all of the selections in between combat. And Gabriel will do his best to do this all blind. And then he also, at every ring, will guess what is the clan, what units did we pick, what cards does he have, what artifacts does he have. He tries to guess as much as he can about the run, and see if he can figure it out before we inevitably lose. All right, let's let's kick it off and jump into the run.
All right, I am now blind. Hitting depart, I think.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Oh, okay. So,
I'm
hit
gonna-
like an arrow key or something.
I just hit
Okay.
some arrows.
Yeah, now you can hit okay. Or enter, sorry. Enter. And then go ahead, yeah, hit enter. Go right and enter. Go I guess enter. This is gonna be a hard decision here. Yeah. Can you? How do you?
Must be a
Z?
boons. Z?
Yeah, Z is your.
And then hit down a bunch times. Okay. Q. And then let's go right. And then enter. And then enter. Okay, enter. And enter. And it is now on Nate. Sorry, Nate, that's not what you wanted.
Can you press Z for me again? Down. Down. Up, 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 up. Okay. Q. F.
Ooh.
And let's do it. Enter. Yeah, actually, if you want, Gabriel, you could just turn off your monitor instead of closing your eyes. But I don't know.
I'm committed now.
You're committed
I can
now?
see my
Okay.
keyboard. I can see my keyboard. That's about it.
Press enter. Okay. Okay. Page down. Okay. Then 3. Right. And enter. Okay. Huh. Okay. Up, up. Or page up, page up. Sorry, page up, page up. 1. Enter. 2. Enter. 1.
Must be hellhorned.
Enter. 2. Ooh, and enter. And enter. Or F. Sorry, F. Okay. Okay. Page down. Page down. 3. Right. Enter. Page up. Page up. 1. Right. And enter.
It's gotta be a
And
torch.
page down, page down. 2, right, and enter. Yeah, and then F. Okay. 5 and enter. Okay. Page down, page down. 1, enter. Page up, page up. 4. Left, left. Enter. 1. Right, and enter.
It's gotta be imp links.
2. Left. Enter. And F. Okay. 2. Actually, hold on. Let me think about this. Yeah. 2, right, right. And enter. Down, down. Or page down, page down, page down, page down. 1, enter. 2, right, enter. 3, enter. Page up, page up. 2, and enter. 1, and enter. And then F. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Okay. 1 down. Or 1 page down. Sorry, page down. Enter.
Oh, interesting.
And then.
It's an imp, right? Sounds like an imp.
Page up.
What else could it
1
be?
and 1. And F. F.
Okay.
I have no idea what this deck is. I know Hellhorn's involved.
We didn't use one of our artifacts.
Very true.
All right, you can hit enter. Sorry. Whew. Okay, let's go right, right. Enter. Enter, I guess.
Must be a skip. So melting. It's gotta be.
Q.
It's gotta be root seeds, or it's gotta be awoken. I feel.
You want to make any guesses at this point, Gabriel?
I know Hellhorn's in there. I'm like so confused as to how. I can't remember if like the different imps have different distinct voices. I'm like, because I feel like we have torches, but then again I feel like we have Queen Zimplings. We can't have both.
No, you selected the same clan mod, clearly.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess go left. Go left.
More?
No, you're good.
You're enter, sorry.
Enter.
Yeah. Enter.
My rough guess is awoken is involved too, but I don't know.
All right, so right, right. Enter. Down. Definitely down. All right, enter. Q. Enter. Probably should have done something else These are not Q.
That must have been a temple.
Enter. Maybe I should have. Z. Down, down. You know what? Q. Enter, enter. Down. Right, right, right. Enter.
Sounds
Q,
like an infusion is being made.
perhaps. Enter.
F. And enter. If it was anything else, I probably wouldn't have done it. Enter.
I think we're okay for this.
I think we're okay for this one. Okay. 5, 5. Okay. 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 Page up.
What could that be? Something opened up.
3, 3. Oh, sorry. 3 again, and then enter.
That's
Okay.
a molten imp.
6. Oh wait. Oh crap.
That had
Yeah.
been a molten imp.
It's fine.
It's fine. 6. Enter.
Now what is that?
2. Right. Enter. And
That's a fledgling
go
imp,
page
I
down,
feel.
page down. 3. Right. Enter.
What is that?
And F. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Still right.
It's,
Still
it's
good. We're
fine.
good.
We
We're good.
got things.
We got time. Okay. 1. Enter.
Some sort of imp.
1. Actually, no. I gotta think. Gotta think. Yeah, right. Or actually, no. Just enter. Just enter now. And then 1.
What was that just got played?
Right. Enter.
What is
And
that
F.
sound? What is that sound?
Don't forget about an artifact.
It's like some sort of...
I know. Okay.
Is it a drag?
1. Actually, no. Hold on. Yeah. 1. Right. Enter.
That's a fledgling imp.
Yeah. 1.
I think they have imp sickle.
Left. 1 more. Enter.
Now what is that?
That's like so useful, by the way, Nathaniel.
Is that a train
Like
steward?
versus the other alternative, right? Like this is so much better.
It's like
Maybe.
squishy sounding.
Don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think so.
Is it a drag?
Because of
Because
things.
you get the same effect, but you also get the thing
Yeah,
first,
yeah.
which you normally would
Is it
not
a
get. It's
bog
kind of
fly?
interesting. I haven't actually thought about it that way before. But anyway, press F. The deliberating.
I'm trying so hard to guess what we are. I just can't. I can't pinpoint that last sound.
Page up. And go 4. and enter.
That's an M.
1. Right. I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, enter.
It's another M.
Okay. Gotta do some math really quick. Just a second.
It's gotta be Impsicle. If there's this many imps, it's either that or Shardtail.
You're giving it away to Gabriel. Now he knows we're gonna go bop bop and then bop.
Yeah, what goes bop?
Page down, page down. 1. Right. Enter.
I think that's the right call.
And F.
What is that sound?
Okay.
You guys must have either Imp Parade or Impsicle. One of the two is my guess.
1. Page down. And enter. Which clan goes bop? 1. Page up. Left. And enter. Page. Yeah. 2. 2. 2. Sorry. 2. Right. Enter. 1. Enter. 2. Enter. 3. Enter. Oh, and then 1 again. Sorry. I forget that it changes the card position. And then F.
Is that Root Seeds? Is that a Root Seeds, I feel?
F.
You're on to us. We're playing Shardtail, Queen Hornbreaker, Wildenton.
One of your things was correct, though.
Yes,
We do-
one of your statements you made a while ago.
There's some squishy sound I
You
cannot...
gotta be more definitive. You gotta be more definitive.
Enter.
Ooh.
I don't know. Could you hit M? Okay. Hit Q. And hit enter. I'm very sure of myself here. Enter.
Really?
Yeah, you don't like it?
That's okay.
Um,
It's not what I would have picked. I'll just say that.
left. Maybe I overlooked something. Left. Enter. Sorry. Let's go right. Enter.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, but things.
There's options. You got options.
There are things to consider. I'm gonna go right. Enter. I think even despite of things.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's gotta be a Merchant of Magic.
Go down. Enter. 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 Down. Right. Enter. Enter. Down. Enter.
It's either that or it's the most bountiful Merchant of Steel ever.
Enter. I don't think we can do that. Enter.
Yeah. It's tight. There's some RNG that could make it okay, but
Yeah, I'm not willing to go with that. So down.
I'm guessing double stack with some sort of Ember Drain thing.
Down. Sorry. Right. Enter.
I think they gave it away there.
Enter.
That means peril. They have perils.
Down. Enter.
Cool.
Q.
That sound that I... Okay, morsels.
Enter.
They definitely have morsels. Oh, it's got to be Umbra.
If a thing
and Hollow.
happens, I'm doing
If a thing happens, it would be pretty sick. Oh.
Is it a thing that just happened? Okay, down.
I'm guessing it's the middle caverns.
No, not that one. Down. Down. Right. Enter.
What could this be?
I mean, you could technically try to do the other one.
Oh yeah, the other one, I thought about it because of the thing.
It would be
but-
hilarious. It'd be
Yeah,
hilarious. It's not good. It's hilarious.
It's got to be a
All right,
Nexus spike.
Enter. Those are guesses.
Definitely gets it.
Here, enter.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought about the other thing, maybe even better. I don't know.
It's hard because this is much more. I mean, we talked about it, variants, right?
Yeah,
Enter,
enter.
please. One is a little bit different variants than the other. Certainly. Okay.
Enter.
Enter.
Oh wait, you're in charge. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm in charge now. Back off. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. 5 enter. 5 enter.
Oh,
Oh.
Something must be intrinsic.
Okay.
there's a way around it.
Wait. You must have that champ artifact.
Oh my gosh. Do we really do this though?
It's got to be that champ artifact.
Page down. 3 enter. 1 enter.
What is that unit?
Big money. Oh, you love to see it.
What could that be?
1 enter. 1 enter.
What is it? That's got to be a molting end.
Okay, page up. 6 enter.
Imp in a box. You have an imp in a box.
5 right enter. 3 right, or no, you're good. Enter.
Good where it's at?
Yeah, yes, you're good. What's that? Where's that? 2 right enter. Page down. 1 enter. Okay, and F.
There's so many imps.
Oh. Okay, wait a minute. Oh no. Oh no.
No, look at.
Is it Primordium?
Oh, you're totally right. 2 enter.
I gotta pay attention to the sound next
3
time that he plays the champ. Next fight.
left.
Oh crap, did I hit enter too soon?
Fine.
what we
It's
wanted
fine. It's fine. F. F's in the chat, please.
My
F's
bad.
in the chat. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Page up. Let's go 4. Enter. 1. Enter. 3. Left. Okay, we're good. Enter. Sorry, I didn't see the arrow pointing there. We're good. And F. Okay. Okay. Page up.
That is a Queen's Impling, right?
1. Right, right. Enter.
That's a Queen's Impling.
2. Right. Enter.
What is that? It's a shot. What is that?
What? Let me think.
Is that a mind collapse, maybe?
I think we go 2 left,
This is a unit.
enter,
What is that?
and
That's gotta be Perils or some buff. Or Void Binding.
Ho dog. Okay. So 4 enter. Five or four again. Right, enter. 3.
What is that unit? Is that just a train steward?
So awkward, but yeah, enter. Okay,
Armor.
and F.
That's armor. Okay, that made armor. That's gotta be Welder Helper.
That certainly is a thing that can be played sometimes. 5. Enter. 2. Enter. 2.
Sounded like an. I don't know, what was that?
Left. Enter. 2. Left, enter. And F. Okay. Ooh. Page up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 and enter. 2. Left, enter. 4. Left, enter. 2
Perils. Seems very Perils-like.
and enter. F.
And that sound is like, that sound is a morsel. That's what that squishy sound is.
F. Okay. Darninian, you're up.
I don't know what to do here.
Did that cost us much fire health?
Hit enter. No comments.
So anything that you think you know definitively now, Gabriel?
It's got to be Hellhorn and Umbra. I don't know who the champ is. I'm going to pay hard attention next time for the sound. I do know, I'm pretty sure either this champ creates something or we have that champ creation artifact, or the banner unit create on champ play artifact, like the note or whatever. I think we have Queen's Impling, so I'm thinking at some... my guess is Hellhorned secondary, because I don't feel like we're playing a Shardtail run, but maybe we are. I'm going to try to pay attention to that champ, though. And my other guess is maybe Primordium is the primary. That's my guesses. Oh, and I think we have a Mind Collapse and a Perils. One of the two. Maybe both.
I'm going to say that most of what you said is not correct. You have to try to figure out what it is.
There is a thing that he said that was correct in there somewhere.
Yes.
So go right twice and hit enter.
You gotta try. Oh wait, we have a mutator. I was gonna say you could try to be kind to Gabriel.
Oh yeah, so he could get a new mastery. I think this is a Q.
Really?
What would you?
Okay, Consumer of Crowns just came up. That's
would
my
you
guess.
Have taken the middle one?
Yeah, absolutely would have.
Oh, interesting. I don't know how.
Wait,
to use
middle?
that one, but
Okay, so that must not be
this
a
is
unit.
the one I'm struggling with. So, with much reluctance, I'm gonna say go right twice and enter. There are the other two are good as well, but
Could it be?
oh, there's a thing I was hoping for here that's not here. So I guess let's go right. Enter.
Chat, you don't have to be mysterious. You can actually write things. Gabriel can't see what you're writing to me.
All right.
They're all acting like they're going to give you hints by writing to me in chat.
Yeah.
He's blindfolded.
I can only see
so-
my keyboard.
So go down and right. Enter. What? Hit H.
What does H
Okay.
do?
H again. Go right. Enter. Okay, go right. Go right. Enter. Down, 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 down. Down, down, down. Enter.
That's a purge.
Enter.
That's another purge.
That was dangerously close to a bad thing happening.
Yeah.
Enter. What the heck? Down, 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 down.
By the way, chat, I agree. I think that would have been also an option that I thought of.
Oh, up. Sorry, I'm trying to find something. Up. Enter. Enter.
Champ upgrade.
All right, so no, I don't think we want to do that. So right,
So we're diverging from the original path.
enter. Right, enter, enter. Q. Enter. Now this is, I don't know what to do here. Well, I know what to do here. Yeah.
It's got to be a divine temple.
It's a tough call. This one's a tough call.
I'm gonna go right.
Okay.
Enter.
It's an upgrade.
And enter. It doesn't mean we have to do it again.
So what
Yeah,
did
I think you can split either way at the end. Yeah, this is fine. F and enter. We do not deviate from our current course of action.
I'm listening.
Enter.
Oh, this is where we like start dying in our previous rounds of 4 and 5.
Normally this is when we lose. 4, enter.
It's not the champ.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6,
It's got to be the champ.
6, and enter. Yep, you're good.
What was
Okay.
that?
Ooh.
What was that?
Options.
We do have options. Okay. Page up.
It's a Wormkin unit, I think. Is it? that Spine Chief?
Go 3. Wait a minute. Oh, I've got to think.
It's not that
What's the
champ
play
artifact
here?
then, because he didn't play it first. He didn't like.
Yeah, okay, I got it. 2. Enter.
That's an imp.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Enter.
What is
6.
that? That's a something that gets armor. That's a rail beater.
Right. Enter.
Is that a rail beater? That last unit that was played.
2. Right. Enter. And F.
It's a fledgling imp.
Okay. Page up. 1. Right. Enter. Page down. Yeah. Okay. 5. Enter. 2.
Is that an alloy?
Right. Enter.
What is that?
F.
What is that? It's not an imp.
Okay. 2. Oh wait, no, sorry. 1. 1. Right. 1 again. Sorry, 1. Right. Enter. 5.
That's an imp.
Enter.
I don't know what
And
that
F.
is. Train steward, maybe? Probably a train steward, right?
Okay.
That's a thing.
That's the thing. Page up.
What could it be? Something. I swear they have
1.
Imsicle. Yeah, that's got to be Imsicle.
Enter.
Definitely Imsicle. Definitely Imsicle.
5. Enter. And
Had it been a Transcend Imp, huh? They wouldn't get that excited over a molting Imp, right?
yeah, 1. Enter.
I don't know what that
And
is.
F.
I was thinking maybe it's a morsel.
Okay. All right. 5 enters. 5 enter. 5 enter. And F.
What could it be?
Oh.
Can you just press right for me really quick? Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Enter.
What is that? Train steward?
Page up. Page up.
It's got to be a train steward.
4.
Except Narninian usually
And enter.
purges train stewards very aggressively, I think. So what is it? A train steward? One would be the imp if it is indeed
Yeah,
Impsicle.
1.
So this will be an imp.
Right.
Right.
Enter.
That's definitely an imp. It's got to be a
And-
fledgling imp. He's chump blocking with an imp.
F.
I don't know which imp. Either an impling or a fledgling imp.
Okay. 5 enter. 5 enter.
What is, are those
And
train
page up.
stewards?
2. and enter.
That I don't know what that
And
is.
F.
I don't know what that is that's getting placed down. Is that an Ember Forge or something?
5 enter, 5 enter, F. Enter, and then F. Okay.
Enter.
I know Impsicle's in there. Has to be.
Ooh.
All right. Right. Right.
Really?
No. Left. Sorry. Enter.
I mean, both,
Yeah.
but
You must have found a transcendent. That means
no,
Hellhorn's
there
the
would be
primary.
No arguments. Okay. So. Q.
You must be Shardtail then.
Where do I go here?
you'd like to think that, wouldn't you?
Okay, can you hit M real quick? Okay, Q. That doesn't help. One more time, M. Sorry. There's no dupe. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say stuff like that.
I mean, there is, but it's in a bad spot.
All right, Q.
What would they want to be duping? It's got to
Let's
be
go
the
left.
imp. It's got to be some imp.
Enter.
That sounds like a.
Enter.
What is
Enter.
that? What is that? What could that be?
Enter.
That's
Enter. Enter.
this is a shop.
Down. Enter.
That's a.
Up. Enter.
That's a reroll.
I guess enter.
That's a
And
Ember upgrade.
Go down. Like right.
This is an Ember upgrade.
And Q.
I got one right.
Enter.
This is a concealed caverns.
Ooh.
I guess. Enter. That's could enter.
That's a tough one.
Well, there was enter.
Sounds like a non-exciting caverns. Is that a consumable?
It was a small stone for our
Our imp that we put on our imp.
Ah.
Shadow Siege small stone.
Yeah, I gotta get those imps smaller.
I don't like these enough. So, Q. Enter.
Sounds like a battle start.
F. Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me think about this.
What ring is this? 5? It's a ring 5.
If you pop, then
I'm just doing some math. Give me a minute.
You must have a popper.
I'm trying to think of the likelihood that we're okay here. I think it's fine. We'll go F
oh,
and take. Oh,
You
I
just-
F again. F again. and then enter.
You toggled
Oh,
the
boy.
thing on, off,
There are a
and on
couple
again.
really. Never mind. I'm not gonna.
It could be scary here. Could be scary here. Enter. All right.
Wait.
So, I'm gonna start with a classic 4 enter, 4 enter. Oh wait, no, hold on. 4 enter. That's it. And then yeah, and then 6 enter.
That's the champ.
Hmm.
They've also taken
Okay.
draw upgrades for sure.
Tell you what, we're gonna go page up.
Actually, they've had more than a draw upgrade because that's.
We're gonna go 2.
Oh no, if they have Imsicle,
No,
that,
wait,
that
hold
makes
on.
sense.
No. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4.
You have 1 draw upgrade and an Imsicle. I'm sure of that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Enter. 8. Or 7 again, sorry, 7 again. Right. Enter. 2. Enter. 2.
That's a fledgling. Fledgling imp, right?
And F. Oh, apparently I'm dropping frames like crazy here. Sorry, guys. Okay. Four. Enter. Page down. Oh my gosh. Okay, I got it. 1 enter. 1 enter. Wait, hold on. Oh crap. Crap. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing's wrong. Page up, please. 1. Enter. I think it's still fine. Press F, please. It could be better though. Let's just say that it could be better. Page up. And 2. Enter. Page down. 1 enter. 1 enter. Oh, sweet cup and cakes. 2 enter.
What is that?
Is it back now,
unit?
guys?
What is
Sorry.
that unit?
Page down. No. Oh wait. Yeah. Okay. 1 enter. 1 left enter. Yeah, right there. Perfect. And 1 enter. 1 enter. And F.
I don't know what that last thing is.
Okay.
Sounds very monstrous.
Okay. Okay. 1 enter.
That's an imp.
Page up.
Which imp, though, would that be? That's the Ember imp. I think.
5. Enter.
So that's another Ember imp?
Yeah. 1. Left. Enter.
It's got a big floor here.
1. Enter.
That's a fledgling.
1.
imp.
Oh, 2. Enter. 2 enter. 1 enter.
Okay.
Dang.
What
I should
is...
have done it earlier. All right, that's fine. F.
Okay, I think it is Shardtail. Has to be. There's too many imps.
Okay.
How does he have this many imps?
1. Enter. Oh, wait a minute.
I still think it's Impsicle, because it's a different imp sound on one.
Page down.
It would be fledgling every time if it was just an Imperialist
Page up.
or Imp Parade.
Hmm. One. Left.
Left.
Oh, one more time. And enter. And F.
A lot of imps. Something just
Okay.
got armor.
Page up. 6. Enter.
It's an imp. It's a
5.
welder helper? It's an endless welder helper.
Left. Enter.
Because it's always the last one.
3. Enter.
Is that another
2.
welder helper?
Left. Enter.
Another welder
And
helper.
F.
It's gotta be a welder helper. This has gotta be Shardtail. It's gotta be Impsicle. It's gotta have
Okay.
Imperialist.
Um.
And
1. Enter.
I think Parade.
Page up. 5. Enter. And 3. Left. Enter.
I need to try to figure out who their
Got it.
banner
Yeah.
units are. That'll help me figure out who the other clan is.
Okay. Oh, okay. 1. Enter. 5. Enter.
A lot
4.
of imps. It's like all imps.
Left. Oh. Okay.
Oh.
1.
My bad.
I mean,
It's fine. It's not. Enter.
Nate's just doing things.
F. Just F. I'm just messing around. Alright. Oh.
Yeah. Enter.
Big oof.
I mean, it didn't matter. Enter.
Yeah.
Oh, the fight's over?
There you go.
Yeah.
Q. I don't know if you would have made the same decision.
Don't.
You saying me or Nate?
Do what you want to do, guy. Do what you want to do.
No, I'm just gonna go right.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Enter.
I feel that. Although you've been making some decisions throughout that might make that not quite as good as it
That's
could have
true.
been.
That's true. I didn't think about that. But those are. That's
Is that
still
how it
good.
hauls?
Yeah.
Are
Let's
you guys
just
melting
do-
Remnant?
No, we're not melting remnant.
Okay. I have no idea who the second clan is. I know it's definitely has Hellhorn.
Q, please.
If you were able to guess the second clan based on this currently, I would be so surprised.
All I hear is imps, so I just have no idea what the other clan is.
Go right. I really want to go left, but I feel like we should go right.
I think we need to. Yeah.
Enter. Enter. Down.
Gotta be a spell shop then.
Down.
Or Purge.
Down.
Or Hellvent.
Even that. Right. I know that has to happen. Enter.
That's a Purge.
Enter.
Purges.
Enter. No. No. That would be ridiculous.
Yes. Please don't.
What could it be?
Go
It's got to
up,
be a spell shop.
up. Sorry. Down.
Up, down.
Up. Right, I guess. Enter.
But something.
What is this? You think so?
Yeah.
All right. Right. Enter. Enter.
I don't know about that, but
Yeah, that's not what my game plan is. Q. I have another game plan that involves a suboptimal path choice.
okay.
Could you look at the M? Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna have to do that. All right. So Q. And enter.
Is it not doing anything? It might not be on a node. I can't tell if it is
Oh,
or not.
down. Try down. It's like
Oh,
doing
you're like
anything?
in a weird spot. Try tab.
okay.
there
There
you
we
go.
go. Down. And then enter.
All right, time to change things up. Press enter.
I don't know how you're gonna approach this one.
It's got to be Arcus or Talos.
pray.
Or, sorry.
Press enter.
Yeah, it's got to be a flying boss then if it's hitting enter there.
Oh, okay. Well, that certainly is not bad. Press 1 and
It's got to be
enter.
an in. What
Then
in?
2, enter.
It's got to be an energy in. I don't know what that is.
Okay. And 1, enter. Then 3, enter.
There's so many imps.
Okay. Page down.
So those are all on the top floor.
4, enter.
Is this a champ? Sounds like
5.
a banner unit or a champ. This would
Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. 2. Yeah, 2, enter. Then 3,
boulder helper.
right, enter.
Something in front of the welder helper.
All right, now I gotta do some math. Give me a second.
I don't know what it would be. Is that the rail beater? What could it be?
Yeah. 2,
This is
right,
all on
right,
the mid floor.
enter.
That's a fledgling
My
imp.
math was correct. Look at that. 2, enter. Page
That's- I don't know what that is.
up, 1, enter.
That's
F.
either a molting or fledgling imp. Or sorry, whatever the basic imp is. Queen's imp.
Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. Page down. 1, enter. Just gotta do that. 5, enter. 1, enter. Okay, page up. Wait a minute. Is it actually okay? Is it actually okay? You know what? Page down. 4, enter. 3,
That's a welder helper.
left, enter.
That's a fledgling imp.
1, enter.
Welder helper.
3. Enter. 3.
I don't know what that is. Ritual of battle. That's a ritual of
Enter.
battle.
And F.
The second to last card is a ritual of battle. It's probably not.
That is correct. Okay. 6. No, 7. Sorry, 7. And enter. 3.
That's a endless imp.
Oh, actually, wait a minute.
Is it endless imp or is it just like an
yeah,
armor
3. Enter.
card?
And then 2. Left. Enter.
Welder helper.
And F.
So the welder helpers are on endless. The fledglings are not.
Okay. 1. Page up. Enter. 2. Left. Enter. Page down, page down.
I think that's the buff.
1. Enter. 1. Left, 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 left.
Wow. It's a lot
Enter.
of units.
1. Enter.
Fledgling imp.
And F. Okay. 6. No, 7. Sorry, 7. Enter. Page down, page down. And yeah, 1. Enter.
Molting imp.
Oh wait, I actually did that wrong. That's fine. It's fine. F.
That was a molting imp. Which was created from Imsicle.
Okay. 3. Right. No. Hold on. Let me think about this. Okay. So, sorry. 4. Left, left, left. Enter.
Is that an inkling?
2. Left, left, left. Enter. 1.
What is that?
Right, right. Enter.
This is the
1. Right, right. Enter. No, stop. Left 1. And enter. There we go. Perfect. And F.
What is that monster sounding unit?
Okay.
Is that like a
7. Enter.
it just sounds like an Umbra unit.
Page down.
That is an endless welder helper is my guess.
Page down.
Because it'd be the first one drawn, it'd be the furthest to the right.
Yeah, 6. Enter.
I
3.
think that's another one.
Enter. And F.
That's a razor sharp edge.
And we played it on our Shadow Siege.
Yeah. Okay. F.
So there is Umbra. Unless they're trolling me.
On our 1 pip space Shadow Siege. Collect.
Enter.
I don't hear enough morsels for Shadow Siege. Oh, enter?
Yeah, enter.
Enter again.
Yeah. Or no, Q. Ah!
It's fine. It's fine.
To the right. To the right. Enter. No. I did right twice.
Oh, my bad. See, we're just simulating the sabotage in the new Hellrush we're developing.
Oh my gosh.
We did not want that.
No. It's
Uh,
fine.
to the left. This is the thing that's I don't want to do, but I feel like I should.
We need to do it. Yeah, we need to do it.
Enter.
So this is gonna be ring 7.
Down. Enter. Down. All the way to the end. Down. That one.
Now?
This one?
You don't know what I'm doing, I guess. Enter.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing.
Enter.
I think I got it.
Down. Up. Trying to think of.
Probably thinking of a hell vent is my guess.
Actually, I'm gonna go up. Sorry. Up. Enter. And then enter. And then enter. Enter. To the right. Enter.
I'm giving him a little time because
To the right twice.
1, 2.
Enter. To the right. Enter.
Okay.
Q. I don't think the others are that important. Enter. To the right. Enter.
It's an upgrade
Enter.
of the champ.
Oh.
It's got to be Shardtail because they're probably split between Imperialist and whatever else they have. Either Rally or it's got to be Imp Parade. There's so many Imps being played, so I'm guessing Imp Parade and Imperialist is my guess. Plus, they can play so many, and they took a draw upgrade, so they wouldn't do that if they couldn't play these Imps out for free. All right, my guess is you have Imperialist and Imp Parade and Imp Sickle.
No. Would be sick. Enter.
Okay, I don't know what they have.
Yeah, I think I would have done the same.
Too scary. Okay. 4 enter.
That would be some Imp.
6 enter.
Be the champ or banner.
Okay. Page up.
Something happens when they put that unit
3,
down.
4, 5, 6, 7.
It's got to be the champ then.
Enter. 8. Or 7 again. Sorry, 7 again. Right.
No, this is the champ
Enter.
then. A champ that
1.
gives armor? What champ gives armor?
Right. Enter.
It's a imp. What champ
1.
gives armor? It's got to be the prince.
Right. Enter. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, maybe not. That's fine. F. That's fine.
I think it's fine.
Maybe
It's
you have
fine.
the prince. I hear armor on your champ. Your champ generates armor.
2. Oh, we can't do that. Never mind. 3. Left.
He has a card that cannot be
Enter.
selected.
4.
It must be Wormkin.
Left. Enter. 2. Left, left, enter.
Trying to think.
And 2, enter. F.
What else beyond extract could disallow you from playing a card like that? That's what I'm thinking.
Ooh. Page up, page up. 1. Right, right. Again, one more. And enter.
Or if it just has too much
Then-
amber, I guess.
1. Left, left. Enter. And then 3. Enter. And F.
How are they able to... So maybe they have the -2... Oh, maybe they have Hell's Banners. They have some artifact that
page
allows
up,
them
page
to
up.
play a ton of units.
1. Right. Enter. 3.
This music is getting crazy.
Left, left. Enter. 4. Left, left, enter. Yeah, F.
Maybe he has Spine Chief.
Okay. 1. Right, right. Right. Enter. 2. Left, left. Enter.
That was 2 things.
Okay. Oh. Wait a second.
Double summons with consume return imp just occurred, I think. Or imp in a box. Or wait, would that be imp in a box? Wait, no, he played a unit because he was
There's a
moving.
thing that- there's a thing.
1. Right, right. Enter. And then 3. Left. Left. Enter. And F. Okay.
I'm thinking Corruptor now. Well, I
Page
don't
up.
know. How's he able to play so many imps, though?
Actually, page down. Page down. Ooh, 4. Yeah, 4. Enter.
That's some sort of AoE spell.
Page
maybe?
down. Enter.
Nope, it's a unit.
1. Enter.
That's
Okay. 2. Enter.
It is Wormkin because that's the armor AoE thing,
Page up.
right?
Page up.
And is it eggs?
6. Enter. 5. Left, left, left. Enter.
That's
1.
Which imp? Imp
No, actually, hold on.
or
2.
Queen imp 2.
Right, enter.
That's
1,
Queen Impling.
right, enter.
What just happened?
And then,
so much
2,
that had been a transcendent or something, but they had no
and
reaction, so it wasn't.
and F. Okay. Page up. 1, enter.
This is the imp from Impsicles, and I guess it's always different.
5, enter.
It's the same imp, whatever it was. Fledgling, I
4,
think. Or welder.
Enter. Oh, I could have done it differently. Oh, it's okay. It's fine. Let me think. Left, enter.
It's another imp. Nope, that's a buff.
And yeah, page down.
Is that the extract give damage thing I get? I bet.
2,
2.
right, enter.
Right, enter.
1,
Seems like
enter.
a ritual. That's ritual, right?
Or sorry, 2, enter.
There's not enough. You must not have
And then
enough
F.
echoes on that floor.
And then F.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
I can't keep track of all this.
Okay.
I mean,
Page down.
other than Ember and charge echoes, why else could you be prevented from playing a card?
No, wait, hold on. Let me think about this. Yeah, 1, enter.
Okay.
Page up.
Another imp.
1, and enter. And 4, enter.
Ritual of Battle was the last card, I think.
Yeah. F. Okay.
Not bad.
And I mean,
So confused.
it's fine.
There's things.
Okay.
There are things that we need.
Yeah.
Enter. Okay.
Ooh.
To the but
I'm
But
waiting before I
things-
hit enter on this one.
Yeah, I know.
to the right. I think it's gotta be this one. Enter.
You think? Okay.
I'm hitting enter where we're at.
Wait, hang on. No, let's go to the right.
I'm making double sure on each of these.
Enter.
I've sabotaged them enough.
Oh. I like this one so much. Enter. We're just doing it. We're doing it.
What could
Yeah,
it be?
it kind of depends.
Yeah.
Divinity might be pretty good, but it
We don't
also
have
might
to
not be
play it.
good.
Yeah,
it
we don't
might
have to
not-
play it.
So is
All
worm.
right, so we're gonna go to the right. Are we?
Yeah. I think.
Yeah. Enter.
I think they have Hornbreaker
Go
Prince.
down. Enter.
Hornbreaker Prince with Wormkin secondary.
Hmm.
Maybe Fracture is the basic, because I'm trying to think that is kind of the sound I was hearing
okay.
at the start.
To
I
the
don't
right.
hear the echo card. Echo break.
Enter. Don't know what this will have. To the right twice. Enter. Up. Right. Enter. Right twice. Enter. Down to the right 3 times. Enter.
There's a big upgrade on something.
Q.
Maybe Permafrost?
To
something
the
like
left.
Because they weren't excited
left.
about it. Permafrost is
Up.
just often unexciting.
Enter. Enter.
Yeah.
Down to the right 3 times.
I had to think about it for a second until then
Enter.
I realized.
Q.
What was that? Spell
To
chain?
left.
Maybe one of those big upgrades on shards.
Left. Or enter, sorry. Right. Enter. Enter, I guess, as long as we're here. Down. Down. Down.
What is he
To the right.
doing?
Enter. Enter.
I don't know what's happening. Is it a helmet, maybe?
Oh my god.
This has got to be the trinket shop then, right?
To the right.
It's got to be a
Right.
trinket shop.
Enter.
It's got to be a trinket shop.
Q. I guess to the right. To the right. Enter.
What's to the right?
Enter.
This is a
And to the right
define.
3 times. And enter.
Is that some sort of-
Okay. Okay, enter.
I'm so confused.
Why not? Actually,
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Hey, I hit enter.
to the right twice. Enter. Okay, Q. You know, I just thought of something. Sorry. Go up. Enter.
What is he looking
Up.
at?
Enter.
Reroll.
Enter. Q.
I don't know. Maybe it was a purge.
Here we go. Enter.
Oh my gosh. Brace yourself for turn 1, Gabriel. It's gonna be a fun
Turn
one.
1. It could have been even more
Enter.
more fun if it was for the fact that we made a mistake.
All right, enter. Okay. Okay. How do we want to start this? Let's start.
What could this Seraph variant be?
Let's start with the knowns. Go page up. Oh my gosh. There's a
What is
correct
the
way to
known?
do this. The known is
Well,
one
because
one
of
enter. One enter.
because of really okay, interesting.
yeah. Yeah.
It's an imp. Created from Impsicle. I know that.
One enter.
I don't know what that is.
5 right enter. Okay, so that part's done.
Is 1 the champ?
2 enter. 1 enter. Okay, there's some things. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 7 and enter.
Champ.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 5 and enter. Okay, so that's what we get to work with.
2 must be the champ then? I'm trying to remember how it...
Start with 9
Wait,
and enter.
9?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
It said 9 after we played like 20 cards.
Yeah, I'm like,
9.
what?
9 and enter.
Echo Seedling must be involved.
Press enter
That's my guess.
and enter. And then press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And enter.
But that's an imp.
Page down.
It would have been.
Page down, page down, page down. Down, 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 down. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And enter. 3. And enter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, right. This doesn't matter. Enter.
What is that noise?
4. Enter. 4. Enter. Page up, page up. 3. Right, right. Now enter. 1. And enter. And you can press F. All right. Okay, this is a little bit more classic. Let's start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Left, left, left. Enter.
Welder Helper.
6.
No, that was Ember Imp.
Actually, you know what? 2. Right, 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 and enter. Yep.
Am I on the right one?
Yep, you're good. Play it.
That's
5.
What is that?
Enter.
That's an Ember Imp.
Okay. Page down, page down. 1, enter.
The second to
1,
last imp
enter.
was an Ember Imp.
Page up, page up.
That's a Welder Helper or what? Just a armor card, just some sort of armor
One more
card.
time. Enter. Or sorry, yeah. Enter and right enter. Not that this really matters, but 1, enter. And 1, 2, 3. Enter. And 1. Left, 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 left. All the way, one more time. There you go. Then enter. Obviously, all the way to the left. And F.
That must be a Welder Helper.
Okay. Okay, very simple. 1. Then F. Or sorry, not F. 1 and then enter. Oh my gosh. Scare me. 1. Enter. 3. Left, left, left. Enter. 1.
What was that? Is that a Welder Helper?
Enter.
I don't know what that
1.
is.
Right. Enter. 1. Right, right, right.
This is for
Enter.
makes a squishy sound. That's Fracture, I think.
1. And enter.
Welder Helper.
1. And enter.
Don't
Okay,
know that
F.
one.
Who dog? Okay. Okay. 1. Right, right. That doesn't really matter. Just press enter. Then
Ultimate?
press 2. Enter.
Welder Helper.
Press 3. Left, 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 left. enter. Oh, I just realized something, but it's fine. 1, enter. 3, left, left, left. Enter.
I just realized what you realized.
Yeah, 2, left, left, enter. 1, enter. 1, enter.
It's a lot of armor.
I mean, it's fine. Like, it's fine. And F.
Yeah.
What is that ominous
Okay,
sound?
well, that's certainly a thing. 3, left, enter. 2, enter. 1, enter. 3, left, left, enter.
Ember
1,
Imp.
enter.
Welder Helper.
3, enter.
More Ember?
2.
Or was that...
Oh wait, hold on,
fledgling?
hold on, hold on. 2, right, right. Enter.
What is that?
1,
Is it an egg?
enter.
These are the Wormkin things.
Enter. Enter.
That's the armor card. I think that's the AoE armor card.
And F.
No, he's got... Okay, he's got eggs. He has to have eggs.
Hey, look. Iranian, we used the relic.
For like the second time.
Is that Shadow Box?
1, enter.
I still don't know what the secondary clan is.
4, left, enter. 1, enter. 4, left, enter.
That's a fledgling imp.
Yeah, 2, enter. Okay, well, there's a thing. F.
If it's not Shard Tail Queen, it has to be like an imp in a box on Eternal Stone and Holdover or something.
All right.
There's so many imps each turn.
Okay, okay. 4, 5, sorry, 5.
And they're kind of random, the ones that come about.
Left, enter.
Like, I just don't see the same
1,
imps.
enter. 5. It's fine. And enter, enter. And
That's a
F.
fledgling imp. F?
Yep, yep, F.
That's a fledgling imp, which I think is not happening every turn. Which makes me think maybe it's
Now
not Shard
things start
Tail
to
Queen.
happen.
Yeah, now things are fine. 1, enter. 4. Left or 4, enter. Yeah, enter.
That's the Ember imp.
1, enter.
That's
4,
Welder Helper.
left, enter.
That's Welder Helper.
1, left, enter.
Maybe another Welder
1,
Helper.
enter. Yep.
That's Welder Helper.
1,
Because other ones aren't.
enter.
Like, that's not.
1, enter.
Is that just a bogfly?
1, right, right, enter. I mean, it's probably fine. Yeah, F.
I feel like Umbra and Wormkin sound so similar.
Cool.
the units because they're both kind of bug
Okay.
slash
Page up.
beasts.
1, enter. 4, left, enter. 1, enter.
That was the Ember Imp.
4, left, enter. 1, enter. 1, enter. 1, 2, page down, right, enter. Okay, and F. And F.
I don't even know what Seraph variant that would be.
Getting there. All right, I'm taking over strategy. Don't quit the run between these two floors. That's okay.
Press
Handing it
enter.
on to Nate.
I'll try my best.
Enter.
Press enter.
Okay, back to you, Nate.
All right, big moment. This is the farthest we've ever gotten.
By far.
Time to shine. Enter. This actually should be a lot easier in some ways.
Well, does depend on when we get to
Enter?
our deck.
Yeah, that's true. That's very fair. The nice thing is the deck kind of cycles anyway.
Deck cycles.
Okay, page up. Wait, hold on. Just kidding. Page down, all the way. Yeah. 1, enter.
That's your
Then-
random imp.
3, enter.
Enter.
Enter. Yeah.
Seems like armor.
Okay.
But something happened. So,
Page up.
is that the imp in a box?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think. Do we dare? Do we dare? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, enter.
Armor?
Okay. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Enter.
That's the champ.
2,
And that seems like Spine Chief.
2. Enter.
Seems like a water
Then
helper.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Enter. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Enter. Okay, good. Page down. 2, enter.
What is that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Enter. Okay,
It's
that's
the-
probably not the
It's the
ideal,
worm
but it's fine.
that
1, enter.
inspires.
Page up. 1. Oh, actually, no, hold on. Page back down.
I'm pretty confident it's worm cannon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Enter. 1, enter. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Page up, 1, enter. Page up, 1, enter. There we go. Yeah. Enter. Page down. 2, enter. Okay. Page up.
I think that was an egg.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. Actually, hold on.
Do they have
Hmm.
like total
Oh,
recall
man.
or something? Ambient charge?
You know what? 1 right or 1 enter.
Hit it. Hit enter.
Yeah, and hit enter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, enter. Right, enter. Sorry, right, and enter.
Am I in the right position?
Yep, you're in the right position.
That's a unit.
Enter. Enter. Okay, 2, enter. Oh man, I was just thinking, okay, it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, enter. 4, enter.
It's either a lot of armor or rage.
1, enter. 2, enter. Oh boy,
There's
F.
so many.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bigger his floors.
might be F.
Oh, F?
I mean, maybe. Maybe.
Like a bad F?
Okay. 1, enter. 4, enter.
That seems like
1. Oh, sorry, 2. Enter. 2. Left, enter.
left.
F.
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good.
I know what I would change right now, too, if I could.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, okay, hold on. Page up.
Sounds like there's hope.
1. Right.
Right.
Enter.
Enter.
1. Wait a minute. Right. Enter. Okay.
This sounds like a difficult
Yeah,
one
it's
to
still okay.
navigate.
Yeah. 1. Enter.
Whoa, that's like a transcendent or
1.
something.
Left.
That second to last unit was a transcendent.
Left. Enter.
Am I in the right position?
Yeah, you're good. 1. Page down. Right. Enter.
I know that sound.
F. Moment of truth. Okay, page up. 1. Yeah, it's not looking great. Right, enter.
I think you got it.
4. Oh wait, no, sorry, 2. Enter.
Fletching?
I think we're dead.
Yep, we're
1.
dead.
Enter. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. There might have been a better way. 1. Right. Oh no, left. Enter.
Right position?
Yeah, you're good. Right there. 1. Left. Enter.
So ritual?
2.
Inflame, maybe.
Right. Enter.
Fracture? No, that's a daze. That's a
oh my
daze.
gosh!
Okay, F.
I knew you didn't want me to take that card.
Was that a daze?
Oh my gosh.
That was a daze card, it had to be, right?
Oh.
I'm gonna guess it's either hidden,
Oh my gosh.
climb.
Page up.
It didn't save us.
Didn't save us all the way yet. 1. Right. Oh yeah. This is bad. Enter. 1 left, enter. 1. Actually, no, 2 enter.
Oh,
I mean,
don't know what that
there's
was.
no way.
Did a
There's
lot of
no way.
stuff.
Technically, there's a way, but there's no way. I think we just die anyway, right?
Maybe. I think, yeah, with all the stuff.
Yeah, I think we're all stuck for dead. 1 right, enter. F's in the chat.
And
And
for
F's in the
Gabriel.
game. F for Gabriel. Oh my gosh, we got so close.
All right, I gotta.
I think it was just the turn 1 imps could have been played in a different order to maybe do better.
I think I needed to play some of them on the second floor. If I'd played them on the second floor instead of the bottom floor, we would have been able to have more targets to bring. But I don't know if that would have made a difference, though. Because they hold over, so it's like... I don't know.
All right, so Gabriel, final thoughts. You think we're...
I think I don't know the champ. I'm thinking maybe Spine Chief. Hellhorn's obviously involved. I guess Wormkin would be the other one.
Okay.
I think that
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So far, you have the clans
I
involved.
think you had the worm that inspires the whole floor.
No.
No. I think you had a bog egg.
No.
No.
Then I don't know what your banner units were.
Banner units? Units?
Was there any
You said the word
banners?
Units?
Was there any banners at all? A rail
almost
beater,
wasn't.
maybe? I don't know. Something that gave armor. But
we did have something that gave armor.
I think you
It's
had.
not a rail beater.
I think you had Fracture as your Wormkin variant, not Echo Break.
That's correct.
I think you
Yeah,
had.
we did not have Echo Break.
Yeah. I think you had Impsicle for sure.
Yes.
Yep.
I think you had the. Did you have Echo Seedling?
No.
That's the one that creates
Consume.
copies of.
I'm trying to think how you
Oh,
had
we
so
actually,
many.
Yeah, we did. We did have Echo
Yeah,
Seedling.
we
Yeah.
did. Yeah.
Did you have Lost Luggage?
No.
No.
I'm trying to think why you would have so many cards at the start.
We did have a lot of cards at the start.
We did have a lot. Well, actually, we didn't. We had very few cards at the start,
Yeah,
and then we
drew
had a lot more
6
cards at the start.
Did you have an
I
intrinsic?
tried to get you to take draw, but in fact you took capacity instead.
Which ended up being problematic. Yeah, we
Yeah.
did have Echo Seedling. I'd forgotten.
Did you have Imp in a box?
We did.
Did you have
We
it?
had imps in boxes.
Did you have it intrinsic and spell chained?
No,
No spell chain.
but intrinsic, yes.
Okay, so that explains some of the big opener hand. Not all of it though. I mean, you were up to what, 9? After
had
playing
10.
like 3?
I had like 15 cards.
Well, so if you do Echo Seedling plus imp in a box, then you have 3 imps in a box.
Oh, you did have Echo Seedling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay,
I made a
okay.
mistake. We did have it.
Okay, I think and then Champ, I think you had Spine Chief.
No.
That is incorrect.
Echo Right. No, you couldn't be Echo Right. So it would have been Hellhorn Prince.
Yes. Correct.
Yes.
And you went Brawler
Yes. And
For part of it, yeah.
and Wrath.
yeah.
Yeah.
You
I think that was the right call.
had
I
a
would have
ritual
maybe
battle.
done second Wrathful for the armor gain, but I think it was okay.
What was-
We had not one ritual. We had not 2 rituals. We had 6 rituals of battle.
6 ritual. Okay.
And we was Imp in the Box the other one we were thinking about doing that too?
Yes, that was the alternate. Was imp in a box.
Was that the 5
Would
event?
have worked better in Divinity at least.
Yes.
I'm trying to think anything else I can think about the run. Oh, and you had the Days Extract card.
Yep.
Correct.
And that's what you get excited about at the end.
Well, yeah, it's Bonus' turn.
Honest turn.
It often does.
I think actually in chat someone mentioned that if we had used one of our cards on the one backliner, we would have survived.
All right, I'm gonna look at the screen now. I'm giving up on the rest.
Run summary.
I mean, you
do
had
it.
pretty much most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't get our banner unit, but it's hard to.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
Horn Warrior.
And we get
Okay.
a kin host.
Ooh, interesting.
Which ended up being relevant sometimes and sometimes not. It really depended on how many shards we had at the time, or not shards. Charge
And then we
cycles
had important work on holdover.
I thought there was a Welder Harp
Twice.
run on Endless.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then so I made a pathing choice to give it its own infusion, so the Horned Warrior would stay alive.
I thought about that, and I think that's the right call. Unless we play Metal Floor, that was another thought. Is I maybe could have played a Middle Floor and saved ourselves.
We
a lot
had the
of trouble, but-
capacity, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you guys were rolling a lot of Ember imps. Is
Yeah,
that
we did. I mean, when you unlock in your first turn 5 imps in a box, chances are you're going to get at least one pyre jump.
Oh, important work. I think important work might have been what I was thinking about. I kept
Oh, yeah,
hearing
yeah.
like Ember gain, and I was like, oh, do they have like an Ember imp on Endless as well?
No, it was the important work.
Okay.
Nate was really worried I was going to get an Endless Scholar imp.
I did think this shelter was involved. I was trying to figure out. I was like, every now and then the armor comes without an imp sound.
That didn't really come up that
Do
much.
anything. No.
Yeah.
And in fact, it was often a negative because it would end up armoring up our
Protecting
imps.
the imps, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the thing that I screwed up? The choice.
Oh, well, there's two. One is you took a second spike of the Hellhorn.
Spike of the Hellhorn, which was bad. And then what was
and you
alternative?
took
What were we
capacity.
actually going for there? Well, I can't remember.
Either skip or I forget what the other option was. I think it was skip, but
Probably
Um,
skip. And then the capacity instead of the draw.
yeah.
Oh, that's
I
a
probably
big
shouldn't
one.
have taken the first spike, but I was thinking
Which-
about Pyre Chomper and were you
Yeah,
thinking
yeah,
of the
yeah.
Days one?
I was thinking of Sap
Yeah, the Sap Days one, or Sap, not Sap, Frostbite.
for
Sap, that would have been good.
Affinity.
I thought about it
Um,
after.
The other thing too was so basically we would have survived. We were one turn away. So the next turn we would have drawn our imp. This was the problem, is that we just didn't have enough draw. With the one extra draw, we would have been fine. Because we
Yeah.
never needed the capacity. We filled it up like one time because we had like 4 imps. But we had really clean runs all the way until Last Divinity, and then it just kind of
What was the Ring 7 trial?
Spikes.
spikes.
Oh,
Yeah.
kind of hard with
And so
Horned
it's basically
Warrior.
get Welder Helper or lose.
Right.
If we get Welder Helper, we're fine because we're negating the 10 damage he's taking.
Yeah.
But if we don't get it, then we just lose.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, because it was infused, right?
yeah, I definitely think we would have won with draw. If we had taken draw instead of capacity, we would.
Yes.
100%.
We would have won with draw. We might have won if I had played the.
Armor
Or the-
on the Hornbreaker, maybe.
No, I don't think so. I think we needed to do that exactly how we did it. I was hoping that Hornbreaker would kill some things and be able to sustain, but no. The if we had played where is it? Our what is it called? The ×2 5 hitter that pierces.
Oh,
we-
the Hornbreak.
The Hornbreak. If we'd played Hornbreak onto the spike generator, we would have survived.
I never found damage plus 10 damage. I was looking.
Yeah,
for
it was always consumed. It was always consumed.
That
the whole time.
sucks. I hate when it does that.
There was a plus 30 early on, but like at that point, you're not thinking like.
Yeah, it's tough
yeah,
to
let's get
justify
plus 30
that
on a.
on a single
If we had a
target.
vent, if we had a vent, that
Vent,
would have
yeah.
made sense.
Yeah,
but
Vent, it's great on.
We never
but-
got
Like,
vent
I mean, we
either.
didn't need plus 30 on the Hornbreak. 10 was fine. Like,
I guess
we,
I could also see it might have been annoying that you had a lot of good, especially with this being infused, you probably had a lot of good generation of echoes, but nothing beyond the echoes of past to really
Well, actually,
use with it.
That
We would
turned
get a
out-
lot. We would get 6 or 7 at the time
Yeah,
because of the torches and the other stuff.
I mean, we had payoffs though. Like we had the echoes of the past, and
The fact that Ritual of Battle was infused was also a big deal because it got us a
Right.
lot of shards.
Yeah.
Charged echoes. But no, I mean, it was fine except for the draw. That was really it. Just the fact that
Card draw.
we had two holdover cards, an endless unit.
yeah.
And then
And then
we
5
ended
draw.
up the holdover card ended up being something we couldn't use.
Yeah. Because I could have played around that. If I'd played Metal Floor, we could have used it. But then, what's the point, right? We would have drawn the same card whether we used it or not. We just would have had one more Ember.
Why couldn't you use the important work?
Well,
Because we didn't have imps. We only got one imp per turn.
Oh, I see. I
yeah,
see.
because we only had one. We had the one endless imp that we never drew.
I see.
Yeah, we never drew our endless imp in time. And that would have been it. If we had drawn it, we would have won.
And yeah, easily.
Easily won them. Yeah. Because our prince
Too
was
bad
by the time he
there's no
died, had 300
intrinsic.
damage.
There's no intrinsic for units.
There should be.
Yeah.
You should be able to put intrinsic on
I
anything.
mean, there
feel.
is. It's called priority, but you can't
well,
put it
you
on an
could
imp.
put intrinsic on your unit summon card.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess
cards.
it's true. And I mean, they put it on Dante for the one expert, or not expert, well, for the one mutator.
Yeah,
Right.
but he's a priority unit, so it doesn't even that important.
Actually, intrinsic, I could see being useful on banners too, because then you're just guaranteed
Right.
it.
Like, so you can actually draft other banners
Right.
Without
Yeah.
being screwed.
Yeah. What would be cool, like the ideal would be if intrinsic takes them out of the priority pool,
Right.
because then you could guarantee 2 units in your opening hand, apart from your champion.
Oh, you mean? Yeah, I don't know about that, but yeah, I mean,
It's kind of like putting intrinsic on your second unit, then, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. How many units
I
are you
don't
gonna run? Yeah.
I feel like your demon has gotten more intense, Narninian.
Well, we almost I forget the lore, but we almost saved hell here, but
not quite.
not quite. Let's see. Is there a way to? I'm gonna change my demon real quick. 1 second.
Are you using like a plugin for that, or is that built into Discord?
It's not built into Discord. I have a program.
Ah, it's like a webcam program. Ooh,
Yeah.
Ooh,
more like an orc now.
yeah, more like an orc.
No, this isn't hellish enough. We're going back.
So I'm gonna end. It's almost 2 a.m.
Yeah, I probably got to get going too, but that's
Uh,
definitely fun.
For my stream, I'm not streaming tomorrow. This is my now official day off on Sundays. You will see a bunch of videos though. I've got a ton of videos. I have a guide, egg guide, coming out
Ooh,
in like an
I
hour.
might have to watch that.
Nice.
Because I don't really use eggs well.
I love eggs. I didn't love them when I first tried them, but now I feel like I got a pretty good idea. My showcase build in that guide uses all 3 eggs.
ooh,
I do think eggs. I like eggs more than a lot of the other Wormkin units. Like, I'm a little
Yeah.
underwhelmed by the size, like the 3 size ones. I don't feel
Justify 3 size.
justifies 3 size.
yeah.
And their infusions give size 2.
What's especially egregious about it is that Spine Chief is also 3 capacity. I feel
Yeah.
like if Spine Chief was either 2 or these units were 2, then it's like fine. Like, but I don't know.
Plus,
What
they
we
don't.
need is we need a clan that doesn't hog capacity. That's what they need. Like machine gun clan is missing
Well, I mean, melting kind of does that
a little bit. That's true.
Um,
Tombs. I mean, I guess Hellhorn does to an extent as well. Whoa, who's jumping in? Someone's jumping into the chat, and then they're out right as they came in. All right, I'm
Sorry,
really gonna go though.
Scared them away. All right, talk to you later.
See you later,
GG.
guys.
See you later,
Is
Nate.
anyone streaming? Is anyone going to be streaming that I can send the crew over to?
I'm gonna be going to get fast food.
Yeah,
Nice.
I wish I could keep going. I gotta get some food myself.
I'm going to jump off Discord. I'll see if I can find somebody. I'll see you guys later.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, that's going to do it for today. Thanks for tuning in, those that tuned in. And I'll be gone next week, but I plan on publishing a few, I said a few that I've pre-recorded to publish next week, just so it don't go like a week without my channel not publishing things. So, yeah, it's going to do it for now.